Hello, everybody, to episode number 19. Yes, it is 19, almost at the 20 mark, and only 6 more sessions to go until these players have redeemed their past selves. I am excited. Hopefully they're excited, and the viewers have no idea what we're talking about. But every group has to have their own insiders, and that is ours. With that said, we are glad to welcome back our first player. Everyone clap and say yay. Oh wait, everyone.
Wait, we can do this.
Yeah, we can do this.
There you go.
And say yay. Yes. Yeah, I don't have anything more to say in the beginning. So, as usual, quick introductions. Starting, of course, with... Of course, I gotta get a voice crack right now. Starting with...
That would be me. I am Greg, and I am playing Irix Spanner, a human artificer who's basically just going through a crisis and trying to figure out how to fix it.
Hi, I'm Matt. I'm playing Dr. Fiera for now. She's very headstrong, egotistical, overconfident, and sometimes that's good, and we'll see if it goes badly today.
I am Skit, and I play Isarel Leofina, who's currently having kind of a mental breakdown because her best friend and entire world is starting to break down in pieces, and we'll see how she copes with it.
I'm Felicia. I'm playing Arya, the best friend who I don't know what's happening right now, so we're just gonna go with it. I didn't get a chance to watch our last episode.
Yes, but also makes sense, because your character doesn't know what happened either. So, same state of mind, and with that synchronicity, we will jump into the intro as usual, and of course, I will have to set it up first. It's always sad to see people die. It really is. Rotten corpses infested with blight. The smell of burning flesh in the air. And the sight of your fellow friends heaped up in a pile. Burning away slowly and turning to ash. Really makes you start to think after a while, why the hell we even do this? It's not like we're getting anything from it anyways. No. In fact, all we get is seeing our comrades die, day after day. To protect the people is what some of us tell ourselves. But I've learned that any excuse to convince oneself will eventually wear itself thin, and you'll have to desperately find a different lie to convince yourself of continuing on. So you can truly believe me when I say this is nothing personal. My life just wasn't that great. And now I ended up here. With you. But don't worry. It'll all be over for you shortly. And in a twisted way. I kind of envy you. scared to die. But someday I will. And I'll be happy when that day comes. Yes. As usual, a quick recap. You guys bought tickets for an arena. And with that, you decided to enter said arena where you heard the rumors that a very famous individual would appear in this arena as a special occasion. Calyx, the ever-damned, the most famous criminal in the history of this continent, who is responsible for the deaths of thousands of innocent people. While you watched the struggles of the supposed warriors who fought for their lives against the criminals who fought for their freedom, with a very unexpected outcome for 5 of the 8 criminals actually managed to surpass their counterpart warriors and were given the gift of freedom and were, if the promise is kept true, being released back out into the open, back where they can do whatever they want. However, the main part and the reason why most people came to the event in the first place was, of course, Calyx. Several defensive mechanisms have been put in place, safety precautions on the highest level that you probably have seen in a normal stadium were being utilized by the Lion's Mane Royal Guard from Collis, which you have heard, who were the sponsors of the event, who were also gratifying anyone who would be able to kill Calyx 100,000 gold. However, as soon as the cage got released, the blood-red mist spilled out of the box, and then soon after the blood pools that also swept out and kind of rusted down the feet of the iron golems or war golems that were kind of carrying the box out. You soon realized whatever potency this Calyx guy had overcame any sort of defensive mechanisms that they have installed, as every single one in the vicinity apparently heard his voice as he kind of mumbled some stuff. And after this event took place and the 3 unfortunate groups who were placed inside of the arena with them immediately died as blood poured out of every single pore of them, it seemed like a lot of the viewers who were behind the kind of installed force field also dropped unconscious. Their noses started bleeding, including Fiera, Eirik, and Arya. The only one of your group who was able to resist this effect was Isoel. Some of you had weird dreams of weird thoughts while you were unconscious. However, after a bit of time, you all awoke and kind of regained your consciousness, except Arya, and her nosebleed was more profusely than any others, and with that sense of urgency to try and help her, you kind of evacuated the arena and went back to the high plains to seek help from the clerical figures at the Lichtkirche. And that you did. However, while doing that, you also noticed that every single one of you had a mark on your right lower arm. 2 circles that have been displaced but still overlapping each other, with a line going through it with kind of a fork down beneath. And of course I deleted the symbol, even though, well, you know, anyone who would like to still know it's easy can just look at the past session. And you left Arya in the care of the cleric,
saying that probably isn't anything, fatal, and as something was kind of happening with everyone's mind, because Arya had this mind link open, she was more prone to the effects, and that's why she was hit a little bit harder than the normal people, and she would just need some more time to recover. I see someone's attempting to recreate the sample. I am thankful for that. You can click and then shift, and then you can make a straight line for whoever is doing that. But yeah, that is
Freehand.
what the symbol looks like. Yes, very nice. I guess I can also quickly switch to the map view because you've drawn it so kindly. There it is. Yeah, so while Arya was kind of taken into the care, Fiera, you kind of went to pray a bit, a thing that you probably haven't done in a long time. But while you were doing so, somehow Calyx kind of appeared with you in the room, kind of just talked with you weirdly, just saying random stuff. So it kind of gave you confidence and an ambition to rid yourself of whatever mark he has placed upon you. And later that evening, you indeed would have done so, casting the Despair magic on the mark itself, and then utilizing literally every kind of ability you have in your arsenal to make it happen. It did happen. Though the scar, as it was like an open wound etching in your arm, kind of just closed. It is still visible, however it isn't open and bleeding anymore like it did when it first appeared. However, you then would have a encounter with Isorel. And while you were lying on the grass, Calyx would make a second appearance, kind of just seemingly randomly just chilling with you guys. Kind of just making his appearance to maybe spook you or just to make you feel uncomfortable, which he probably achieved. However, to not let yourself get distracted, you try to put your sights on new goals, one of which was, of course, Fiera, who wished to rejoice with one of her contacts that he made in her stay in the Sky Lounge. A individual called Timmos Bauwerk, and she suspected that he knew something was going on and didn't warn anyone inside that this effect could have happened, and decided to make a meeting on the next day to kind of, I guess, put in a complaint, Karen style, is how I saw it. And while the others are kind of waiting for Arya to recover, they decided would be a pretty good time just to go to the library to see if they can find anything more about the curse or whatever mark they have received on their arm. However, we are going to start off with Fiera, as when she went there, make quite a scene, kind of was very aggressive towards the maiden Nomi, and ended up receiving some food which was poison or drugged in some way, but you fell unconscious, which is now the second time I just realized that you kind of lose your sight and are put into a darkened dreamscape. And in a similar vein, as you kind of regain your, I guess, composure and become a bit more aware of your surroundings, you regain consciousness slowly, very dreary. It's like after a heavy day's workout, you kind of manage to force your eyes open, but no light comes into your eyes. It's complete darkness. The floor is dark, but It's weird because as you look on your arms, you can see your hands completely fine, as if they have been illuminated by some sort of light source. And as you kind of try to get a grip on where you are, and you look around you, you're in a completely dark room, except for your own self. You can see your clothing, you can see the usual pouch that you have on you. You can see your little, what's it called, clock, pocket watch that you have always with you, giving you some sense of comfort. And as you kind of stand up, you're just surrounded by complete and utter darkness. And as you look to your right, something suddenly breaks this darkness. It is yourself. Look to the right, and you see a reflection of yourself. It's looking back at you. As you kind of maybe lean a bit forward to kind of inspect it, which is your first instinct to do, you can see that behind her there's another version of you. And behind her another one. And another, and another, and another, and another, and another, and another, and another. And it goes infinitely long, as they all do the same motion to also try and look at you. What do?
I think a bead of sweat would start coming down as I quickly realize I'm in the worst nightmare I could think of getting lost in what I've been delving in, which is realities. I'm thinking I got lost once again. I'm gonna try to slap myself as if I'm in a dream and try to wake myself up.
Okay, you slap yourself. You can see every single reflection like an infinity does it. Just that it's delayed ever so slightly, so you can see the ripples just go down.
Oh, what have you done? I can't stand looking at the infinite possibilities at this moment, so I'm gonna try to look away from the reflection and see if there's anything else in the room, like a door, like a way in or out.
Okay, make a perception check.
Oh.
16, pretty good. Yeah, you kind of look your ways. Jeez Christ, you kind of avert your gaze somewhere else, but as you kind of look to your left, once again you can see infinite versions of you also going to the left. Like you're standing in one of those infinity mirror rooms where left and right of you is a mirror and it just expands forever. And you know, you take a better look at each and every single one of them, and you didn't notice at first. For the ones that are immediately next to you look very similar to you. Everything seems the same, posture's the same, movement is the same. However, maybe the 20th one from the left of you has slightly shorter hair, and the 30th there has even a slightly different hair color, different clothes. Some of them don't even have an arm, some even missing a leg. And they start to change even more the further they go. And as you kind of look for any sort of exit, you don't see any. It is a completely black room. However, when you look to the right again, in the very distance, maybe the hundreds of you, you can see suddenly, as if they were standing in a room, the lights go out and they disappear. And then the 99s, the lights disappear and they disappear. And then the 98s, 97s, and the darkness is slowly but surely creeping towards you as they one by one start to disappear.
Seems we need to find the. We need to make this the possibility where I get out of this. I start like speaking out loud to myself. Anything's possible. I need to will it to happen.
And as you're kind of having this dialogue with yourself, as kind of the lights on your right disappear and start enclosing closer towards you, you can suddenly hear like a wind breeze pass by you. You can feel a slight cold chill go down your spine as you hear a voice that says, "How many are you willing to sacrifice?"
As many as it takes.
And what will you do if it's your turn?
I'd make it so it never would be.
And as you say that, you get a odd feeling of replacement. And you look behind you, and you can see another version of you looking towards you, this time not mimicking you in any way. And you can see a very similar, confident grin that you always have when tapping into this kind of magic. No necessary cares, this is you, and it is trying to achieve something, its own goal, your own goal, as it's starting to reach out for you in a way that you become very aware that will dissolve you and replace you. However, just before the hand reaches you, you can see that suddenly a look of confusion and disappointment comes over their face, almost as if you almost as if they are startled by something. Can make an insight check. "19.
It makes sense if I'm inciting myself, I guess.
Yeah, you can see that they are looking at you. She then looks at her own right arm and then looks at your right arm, and specifically looking at the mark you have. The mark that Calyx gave you. And after that weird, disappointed look on you, she kind of just swipes, almost as if she's just looking through options, and you just get swiped away. And in that instant, you wake up. Slowly, your eyes open once again. It is still dark, but the piercing torchlight's kind of blinding you a bit. You can feel the air is a lot colder than it's usually on the outside. You feel restrained. You are seeing light, but it is diffuse, heavily diffuse, and you are noticing you have opened your eyes, but they have been blindfolded, and a blindfold is over your eyes, so you are only seeing the light kind of piercing through the cloth that have been put over there. You then realize your mouth is extremely dry, as you have been gagged in some way. A cloth wrapped around your tongue, kind of soaking up all the liquid inside of your mouth, making it taste very weird. Your hands are restrained. You feel that you have a lot less clothes on than you usually have. You are sitting and are tied on a very uncomfortable chair, and you can only hear kind of two voices. You can't really make up what they're saying yet, because you're still kind of trying to gain your composure and where you are. After maybe like a few seconds or so, you then hear a voice say,
It seems like she's finally awake. Told you that stuff is a bit more potent than the others, but well, it would make it work just fine. Take a blindfold off. I like it when people see who they're talking to.
And you hear a few footsteps. And then you feel a very rough kind of taunting on the back of your head as a blindfold gets taken off, and now the strong and direct torchlight that is on the furthest wall directly in front of you kind of blinds you for a second. You look away for a bit as you see a larger burly figure kind of return to where he probably was before. And after your eyes adjust, you can see on the right probably also the voice you heard, the voice of and the figure of Timmer's Bauwerk, still in his very elegant robes, white and yellow, and next to him you can see a burly standing man, black hair, extremely scarred all over the face. Particularly he's got one that just goes from the top left temple all the way across his face to the bottom right jaw, and loads of other smaller scars around him. He has a very patchy black beard, his hair is short, and he's mainly just wearing a black attire, almost like the opposite from what Timoth is wearing. And as this moment you also notice a bit of movement behind you, and as you kind of maybe try and look behind you, you can see that Endel has also been tied on a chair about 5 feet away from where you are. And then you can see that Timas kind of approaches a bit, kind of kneels down to kind of match your height since you're sitting. And he says,
Well, before I say anything, I have to give out my thanks that you were kind enough to contact me before you came. Allowed me to prepare at least. But truly you aren't the best guess, that's what I could have told from my poor Nomi. Really made us sweat a bit. Though I presume your intentions are less than favorable for me. Your little group and your troop and all your snooping around has been causing quite some problems for me, so I'm happy that you are in safe hands now. No more snooping around. But I will say, I'm a man who has achieved great things by using diligent words, and I would like to continue it. I only use unfavorable means to get what I want in circumstances when I am forced to. And since I am not forced right now, I would like to have a, well, considering the circumstances, somewhat civil conversation. As not to worry, I will not torture you. I would not wound you. And as I have learned over time, people are more valuable when they are alive than when they are dead. However, that can change very quick. You see, I have a very special friend over here, and he points to the big burly man who doesn't believe in these sort of things, and he's more than happy to, well, I don't think I have to explain further what you will do if we feel unsatisfied with what we get here. Now, what I would just like to, how should we put this, discuss is very simple. I will try and convince you, as I have come to learn you are a very competent and potent individual in the things you do to help me, and with it, yourself. I would assume you are a person who wishes to achieve greater things. Is that correct?
I'll nod.
You are a person who wishes to defy greater powers. And I would assume that you aren't all that happy with the Holy Lichnius. Well, I will give you a few reasons why you should help me. And then I will give you some time to think about those reasons. And then you can assess your decision after you had enough time to think. That sounds quite reasonable, doesn't it? Very well. Well, first things first. I know you've been trying your best to try and prevent the pact being signed. However, that unfortunately was a futile task. I can guarantee you that the pact will be signed no matter what. And after tomorrow, you can trust me, the Chamber of Dukes, without our influence, will be forced to sign it from the public anyways. And I would now like to give you the reason why that is the case. For I've been working with a few people, a few researchers. I've been kind of funding their research, and we wish to know why the Holy Lichnius are so adamant about keeping everything a secret. Why it is not that they just share some of the things that would help everyone. And so the first obvious subject for us to investigate was the elemental chrysalises. The main reason why the pact was made in the first place. And we made some quite incredible discoveries, and as a mage, as you are, I think you would be more than happy to hear about what we have discovered. And also the main reason why we wish to go through with the pact. And maybe you will change your mind after you've also heard of this discovery. And that is very simply that light crystals don't exist. Fabricated lies from the Holy Lichnius. Because the light crystals are elemental chrysalises. If you take all 7 of them together and fuse them, what you get is a king chrysalis, or what the Holy Lichnius refer to as a light crystal. And they have been using their power the entire time to harbor their own power unrestricted from other people. Only recently have we found out that no one outside of the Erigo clerics have ever even seen one. And now we know why. It's because anyone with a bright mind who would see a king chrysalis could instantly make the connection that those are elemental powers being used. As such, every country had the power from the very beginning to build their own cities, to protect their own citizens in their own way, and the only reason we weren't able to is because the Holy Lichnius said the light crystals can only be used by clerics, which is also a lie. And not only that, they force every country to give them each elemental chrysalis they find. And you know what that means. The more elemental chrysalises they find, the more king chrysalises they can create. And the more powerful they become until they have every single one, and everyone
has to go under the Holy Lichnius. However, now we know, and now we can stop them. And that is why we wish the Zilianus Pact to be signed, quite simply, to regain the rights that we deserve from the very beginning.
Just wait. I am still gagged, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'll just say,
Well, like I said, you will have enough time to come up with a response and make your decision. For now, I wish to just settle in with what I have just told you. I know you are quite the quick-witted individual, so you'll probably have a decision in a short amount of time. However, the last thing I will leave you with before you can have your time alone is you're probably wondering why we went through the means and sacrificing quite a lot of people in order to have this pact signed. And that is, well, we have been trying to settle it peacefully with the Holy Lichnius for some time. However, we found out that, well, the higher ranks have already made their decision, and they are afraid that anyone will find out and are currently taking, well, precautions to ensure that anyone who knows about it gets eliminated immediately. As such, we had to work in a, well, more dubious way to ensure that no one else finds out. So unfortunately, this was the only way. Well, that is enough for me. I shall leave you to your decision making. And I will come back in, I don't know, maybe an hour or so. And then he stands up again, turns around, and then leaves. And you can see that the big bully guy also leaves, shuts the door behind him, locks it, and you are left alone in this dark room.
Oh, lovely. Well, the first obvious thing, I'm guessing I can't wiggle my way out.
Can
I
try.
have no experience in trying, so this is literally your first try.
In fact,
Yeah, I'll try. Just I'm somewhat slim, but not really.
yes. In fact,
Wiggle my way.
when you attempt to do that, Endel will also try and do that as he kind of,
Oh, so he's awake.
yes, after the conversation, he definitely,
But you say he's behind me, so I can't really look at him too easily.
yeah, you would have to go like that. And from what you can tell, if the same has been done with him, he is probably also blinded because he has a blindfold on. But he will kind of like, Okay, if you wish to attempt to go through, you can make a sleight of hand check.
All right. Here we go.
And Endel will also make one. That's an 8. Let's see if Endel does better. Oh. Endel got a natural 1.
Boy. Wait. Oh, I cannot. Oof. I don't know what I can or can't use. I can't see him, so I wouldn't be able to help him. So never mind.
Well, you can see him if you look back. It's like
I can.
you have enough wiggle
Can I
room.
tell if I like reach out to like the power of my locket? Do I feel it there?
No, your locket isn't
Oh.
in your possession.
Okay, so I wouldn't be able to use it anyways.
It depends.
Yeah.
I think class features you can do even without your arcane focus. I think like cantrips you can do without.
guess, yeah, I'm not sure. Oh shit, let's see. I don't know if it would even say. This is a creature I can see.
Yeah, then you can do it.
Okay, yeah, knowing he has a past life that I haven't learned about yet, but he is very slippery. I'll try to, I guess, give him a little bit. I don't know how can I describe this goal shift. I will let him, almost like what I've been doing with like haste and slow. I will kind of let him like mess around with time a little bit to like speed up his hands when he needs to.
Okay.
Almost like under the haste effect for a few seconds. So he can roll again.
You will roll again. Isn't much better, unfortunately. He kind of
Hmm.
and kind of goes still.
Then I think it's just time to sit and think.
Okay, and while you do that, you will literally get time to sit and think as we jump over to our other two members. You were still in the high plains, and I think you were on your way to go to the library. However, on your way out, you would be, since you have to go through the Lichtkirche to go down, the clerical figure would approach you, and you can see kind of Arya next to him. Arya, you also just kind of like, you were awake for some time. However, you had like an extremely strong migraine for like the last probably like 12 hours. And I'm not making this out, that's literally what you have. That's why I found it so funny that you actually have a headache. And you've been in a almost like paralyzed state of where you weren't able to kind of organize your own thoughts. It was like just a big distorted mess inside of your head, kind of all rumbling around, and only after like, you know, the last few hours you were able to kind of regain back some of that focus, and that's how you kind of regained your consciousness. But it's, you still have some residual dissonance inside of your head, and it's, you know, still kind of hurting a bit, but you are able to walk again, and the kind of clerical figure has been helping you out, and, you know, he's kind of taking you back out, and there you can see that the two friends, Isorel and Eirik, kind of also make their way into the Lichtkirche, and the clerical figure says, what good timing. It seems like she's able to walk again. You're doing fine, Arya?
I think so.
Alright, well, my advice is to, at least for the meantime, as long as you still have a headache, do not use any of your psionic abilities that might worsen your current state. Give it a couple of hours before you attempt to do anything, alright?
Oh, okay.
And if you ever start bleeding out of your nose, please come and see me again immediately.
Okay.
And then kind of just looks through the two of you. Well, she's all yours now. And then just kind of leads you to Isorel and Eirik.
I'm gonna literally throw myself into Arya's arms and just big bear hug and start crying.
You know, don't cry, and I'll just like pet your back.
I thought I lost you. I thought you were gone forever. I don't ever want to feel like this ever again. Please don't die. Please.
I'm too stubborn to die.
How are you feeling?
I have a headache. Right here.
You just You just dropped like a fly next to me.
Like,
There
I don't
was
even know what.
so there
I
was
don't even
so much blood around you. It
like what happened. Like,
so you. What's the last thing you remember?
the dude like coming out and his weird message.
Right after that, you dropped like a fly. Everyone around me dropped like a fly, and everybody started bleeding out their nose. We were maybe half a dozen, maybe a dozen people that just didn't drop. I guess those of us that use our knowledge a little more. I guess I don't know how to explain it. But like you and Eirik, you both dropped, and when Fiera rejoined with us, she was able to get Eirik up by speaking into his brain and kind of snapping him out of it, but it didn't work for you. You were just basically dead on the ground. Couldn't get a hold of you at all. And it just never stopped bleeding out of your nose. It was so much blood, like an unnatural amount.
Well, whatever they did for me in there obviously worked. Where is Fiera?
She had a meeting. She said she was gonna be back. But for now she had a meeting. We were gonna go to the library to kind of investigate on this, and I show my arm to Arya.
What is that?
You probably have one too. Everybody had one. Everyone who was at the arena had one.
I just start looking at my arms.
Yep, as you kind of pull down the sleeve of your right arm, and you can see the exact same symbol, like an open cut wound. You can see like tiny bits of blood are starting to pour. Not enough to drip, but it's an open wound.
This came from the arena?
Yeah, it appeared after Calyx did his little trick and dropped everyone.
Did he escape?
He went back into his box from what I can remember. He just went back in.
That's so weird.
It is weird. I have no idea what this guy wants or what his ulterior motive is. He's kind of always there. I don't know for you, Eirik, but earlier I was with Fiera and he just was sitting on the grass next to us. Well, the image of him, I guess, like he physically wasn't next to me, but he was like we could see him.
That's not good.
Nope.
Okay, that hasn't happened to me, so now I'm more scared than I already was.
Yeah, and with your love of not having people in your brain, it's gonna be a fun ride.
Okay, so hold on though. Okay, why would he be in your brain and in Fiera's brain, or presence, and not mine?
Might just not have happened yet. I remember we were discussing about about what had happened, and Fiera was showing me and telling me she had found a way to remove the markings from her arm, and right after that he appeared, and he was basically rambling again about like things being futile and all that.
How
Right.
is that possible? Don't you have the ring so like people can't get into your head?
You mean the ring that we got?
From
What?
with glamour in it, like it makes it so
Yep.
people can't get into our brains. So
Yep.
how's the brain?
I guess he's not exactly in our brain, because both Fiera and I could see him, and at first I thought he might have been related to the marking that we had on our arm, but Fiera didn't have hers anymore, and I had mine. So I have no idea what's happening, and that's why I want to investigate and try to figure out what this marking is and what it means. The cleric said it was related to blood magic, so I guess it has something to do with our blood and not our mind.
But then you weren't affected by him in the first place.
Well, I still heard his rambling and his whole message, but it didn't. I guess my mental shield was strong enough to withstand the consequences of it.
Yeah, it doesn't bode well for me.
And clearly it
That's why I want to. That's why I want to figure out what this thing is and what it's doing to us.
I mean, I'm all for that. It clearly affected me more than the others if I was out longer and bled
The
more.
cleric, yeah, the cleric said it might have had to do with the fact that you use your mind and your psionic abilities a lot more than us, so it might have hit you a little harder than us.
So is he like you then, Arya? Is he a blood and mind magicer?
I don't know.
Well, we're just both gone at the same time.
Yeah, the synchronicity, how they left frame. Holy shit. Was perfect. God damn.
Oh, that was great.
What I missed?
You and Skit literally got up at the exact same moment and left the frame.
Yeah.
Just gone.
Like perfect.
Sorry, there was a cat on the
That's funny.
table.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
No.
my mouse is dying, so I was just gonna get my charger.
Oh shit.
Okay. Yeah.
And back in.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's like me, but I don't really know.
So, not only do we need to go and figure out more about this symbol, because the symbol could be representative of a world of chaos that we don't know about, but we should also try to go and learn about him specifically.
Yep.
Somehow.
Yeah, I think because he's been around for a long time. He's been doing things for a while, so I'm sure there's at least information about him, if not tales or like stories or something, legends based on him or something.
I wonder if I could get in touch with my superior and see what they know about him.
Oh, right. By the way, the Ministress of Defense is stepping down, and she lost an arm. Just
Wait,
by the way.
what?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
When did this happen and what?
Literally this morning. Like a couple hours ago, she just talked to us and told us that she was stepping down and leaving.
Did she say why?
She feels like it's not her place anymore with everything that's going on, I think, if I remember correctly.
Well, I have to quickly intervene. I think Fiera was the only one who actually talked with her. And Fiera didn't. Did Fiera tell you?
Yes.
Okay.
I told her it's not everything. But I think I did tell her she was stepping down. I probably would have mentioned arm.
Okay. I was just making
Yeah,
sure.
I remember that specifically when we were outside talking before Fiera left.
Yeah.
Then ignore what I
Yeah, I
said.
don't think there would have been anything I would have hidden
Okay,
that I could think of.
just double checking.
This just doesn't make any sense.
So in reality, though, everybody that we need, that we probably would need, is either dying or disappearing or
Yep.
leaving. The little network we have is collapsing, and every time we meet someone, it seems to lead to danger. So, I don't know what to do. This is, this is not good. I mean, I think you know that. How are we gonna get out of this?
That's
It's
good
a
question.
yeah.
Well, first things first, we need Fear to remove these marks, since we don't know exactly what those marks will do to us. We should
Yeah,
try to go to the library and then maybe speak with the guards to hear like any legends or anything.
Yeah, that's a
Would-
little bit of the conversation I had with Fiera this morning, and the fact that everybody around us is just dying or leaving or disappearing or getting kidnapped or
So, hear me out for a second. Since all of the contacts that we have seem to be, high-standing individuals or people with, significance, all that, is it maybe smarter for us to, especially trying to figure out information about Calyx, would it be smarter to go off the beaten path a little bit and try to find maybe just a storyteller or some just, I don't know, town elder who might have knowledge rather than going to someone who's, uh, who might have ulterior motives,
yeah. I might, since we are going to the library and we're probably going to be amongst the more common folks and stuff, I think I might change out of my noble clothes and wear more of a regular clothing thing because as much as my status brings us, like, lets us enter anywhere and everything, I feel like because I am perceived as a noble, if more regular people had something to say, they might not want to approach us because there's a noble, there's a high standing person next to them, and it might be a little bit intimidating. They might fear repercussions or something. So maybe, at least for today, since we don't want to talk to influential people, maybe I could just kind of hide my rank kind of.
Yeah.
And see if that could maybe help us get more of the street level information that we're trying to get. Because I'm sure there's been information that's been withheld from us just because myself or Fiera were there, and we have very influential presences. Okay, let's be honest. My robes are extremely flashy and speak of the wealth I come from.
Yeah.
If I'm trying to talk to a beggar to have information, all he's gonna think is, "Oh, she's not gonna help me in return."
Yeah.
All right, just give me a couple minutes and I'll go change, and I'll walk back to my room to get into my common clothes.
I'll follow you.
Oh, okay. I'll just. I'm like 10, 15 feet behind them. Like, oh, okay, we're going. I don't want to stand here alone.
Okay. And as you all kind of exit the building, with Ari kind of awkwardly going behind the woman who just told that they're going to undress, you pervert.
Hey, whoa.
As you kind of exit the Lichtkirche from the stairs that lead down to where you usually go, as you kind of look past there, you see a very quick glimpse of a grey figure just standing there. And as you kind of double look, the figure's gone. And Arik, you're the only one who sees that. And then you just...
Was there anything that popped out to me, or was it literally just a shadow figure? Like, does it look like humanoid or bestial or what?
Yeah, it seemed humanoid. You only saw the silhouette of it.
Okay. I know I'm not like the most reliable source, but I just saw a shadowy figure. And I'm scanning around looking to see if I see it again.
Yeah, I can make a perception check.
I'm gonna start looking around as well and trying to see if I can see Calyx anywhere specifically.
Okay, can also make a perception check.
Yep.
It's 15. You're all looking around. Arik, you don't see anything. Might have been play of the light. Isoel, you kind of look around. Don't see anything, though there is a kind of, like a light smell, almost as if it has rained recently, and the floor gets a bit moist. You do smell that a bit, with a very small tint of iron inside of the air. And Arya, as you're kind of looking around, for some reason your intuition just kind of nudges you to look at the top of the church of this tower, and just standing on the very tip of it, you can see a figure just kind of looking out over the ocean. And with a 26, you can definitely make out, yeah, that's Calyx, with loose chains just hanging from his entire body, just kind of standing there. And as you blink, he disappears.
I'm gonna look at Eirik. Eirik, I don't think you're crazy. I just saw Calyx on top of the building with chains hanging off of him looking out at the ocean. And then the next moment he was gone.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Let's get going. The faster we figure this out, the faster we can get rid of him.
I don't think this is gonna be a quick thing.
Yep, that's why I want to make this, and I'm just gonna start walking faster.
I'll keep up with her, and as I'm doing so, I don't think any of us should ever be alone. Eric, will you stand outside our door while we're changing?
Yeah, absolutely.
I can't do my mind stuff right now to be able to communicate with you, so if something happens, just kick our door.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't gonna like go anywhere. I'm not. I'm sure. I'm sure as heck not gonna make myself be alone.
I also think we need to try to get a hold of Fiera or find Fiera.
The only thing she said is she was meeting with someone she met at the arena. That's literally the only information. We don't even know who she's meeting with.
Yeah.
So we can't even ask where this person is generally located.
Wait, Fiera, didn't you tell me like who you were talking to like over the mind link at the arena?
Yes.
Ooh, I don't remember what specifically I would have said.
Yeah, me neither. I don't think you mentioned any names as far as.
No names.
I do remember saying something to lines of like, I'm making contacts or I'm, butting up some influential people. I don't think I threw out a name though.
No, I think you mentioned something along the lines of like I met some contacts in the upstairs thing and I'm gonna meet with them or something like that. Like something like that. There were no names mentioned.
Yeah,
Dang it.
she was
Okay.
being vague.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you'll
Oh, snap.
rush back, and kind of take out a pair of new clothing as Eric is waiting outside the door. As usual, you can see a couple of guards pass, and this time as the guards kind of pass by you, Eric, they kind of stop for a moment and look at you like weirdly. And these are guards that you have seen before. The local guards that have been passing by these corridors so many of times. They've seen you many of times. But one of them just kind of like approaches you and says, excuse me, but what are you doing here?
I just my companions are just changing. We're gonna we have some matters to take care of, so they're just getting ready and we'll be out of here.
I don't believe I've seen you here before. Who are your associates that you're with?
I'm Iric. I'm one of the artificers that was working on the chrysalis matter. I was involved in the discussions, the meeting a few days ago. My group that we've gone out looking for answers about the missing chrysalis. We've had rooms here for the last few days.
Kind of looks to his pal. He looks with a kind of unknowing face and is like, Eric, no, never heard of the name before. I will have to ask you to leave.
I'm knocking on the door.
I'll open it straight away.
And then he kind of just sees that you're there. So, I saw. It seems like this stranger has been stalking in front of your room. I'll be rid of him. Now, please.
No. He stays right there. He doesn't move. He's our friend.
What's happening? Why?
I apologize. He hasn't been registered, and I was saying we haven't got any notice of.
He's literally staying in this room, and I point to Iric's room. He's been staying there for the past almost week now.
And looks around. He's like, "Ugh, this can't be. We would have noticed, right?" And then the other one comes out, and then he takes out like a ledger and says, "No, that room is supposed to be empty," and shows you where kind of notation is on who's staying in which room, and there where Irik's room would be, his name is missing. Like, he's maybe it was a fault on our part. Maybe we forgot to write his name, and I apologize. So he is with you?
Yes, he is with us. Yes.
All right. So what is your name? Eirik. Your last name?
Spanner.
Spanner. All right. I apologize for the inconvenience. Your eagerty. Once again, we will not further disturb. And kind of just packs in his ledgers, and then they just kind of go about their rounds again.
What the fuck was that?
Inside.
So I kind of like step aside and pull Eirik into our room.
Oh no. Oh no.
What's going on?
Oh no. Okay. All right. So when oh no. I think I fucked up.
What do you mean?
When I was unconscious after Calyx did his thing, I had a thought come through my head, and it was asking me what I wanted to it was asking me things about how I felt about what was happening and what I would do to get rid of the problems. And my instincts kicked in, and all I wanted was to not be associated with these problems anymore, because basically everything I knew about my world has shattered in the last 5 days. And I was kind of I was, I guess, not forced into thinking this, but I don't know how else I would have come to this realization. But I wanted to wipe the slate clean and not be associated with this anymore. So I said, whatever was in my head, if this was Calyx or someone else, I was asked what I would do to get rid of, to take my name off of any record that I was working with the guild or any guild.
Did you like somehow just make yourself not exist?
Or at least disappear?
Yeah. At least I'm hoping from like just official records. I hope.
I have a feeling you don't exist anymore.
But you... Oh...
Like, paper-wise, there's probably no trace of you ever existing. Knowing, at least, assuming the kind of power that monster has, it's probably super twisted, and I would only assume that legally you don't exist anymore.
But why would they not recognize me, but you guys still can?
Maybe because of this, and I just show the mark on her arm.
Oh, fuck.
Did you see? I don't remember. Did you see the Fiera this morning? Since she's had the mark on her arm removed.
We talked in the morning, right?
Yeah. We must have, yeah.
Don't remember. We're gonna have to test it out when she comes back. Because if it's related to that marking, I don't know if you want it removed just yet. But again, we need to get going and search about this thing. We need to figure this out.
I hope I didn't have any weird voices ask me things that I don't remember. As I just start going like this.
Oh jeez. Okay, hang on. Let me try to get this straight. Whatever this thing inside me was, it asked me if there was a sacrifice that I would make to get rid of the problems. The most immediate impact to my life was the involvement of, I forget her name, Zillanath, the other artificer in my guild.
The one that ambushed us?
Exactly. She was the one that was at the warehouse when we went that very first time. And then she ran and left and got out and no idea where she was. She is the reason I am in this position right now. I'm going after something to try to save my name, clear the guild's name, the involvement, whatever. This thing inside me asked what the sacrifice would be, what I would be willing to give up to eliminate the problem. She was what I sacrificed.
So she could be dead.
You killed somebody?
No!
Well, it wouldn't be the first time, but...
How the hell was I supposed to know this was gonna be a real thing?
Well, I mean,
This was just a mind trick.
In this case, if she's actually dead, it is one less problem on our hands. So it's not that bad. What's bad is the fact that you probably were erased from any official record, and we need to know if you exist at all, or if we're gonna have to put you back onto at least this plane of existence.
And maybe on your house deed? Hopefully you still have a house.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay, so there was only one other person who would have realistically known or checked up on me. One of my, I guess now probably former customers was the farmer that I worked for, building that rake I told you guys about. Randy. I told him I would be gone for a while because things got crazy. So I said to him that he should go and check on my workshop to see if everything was okay, just to make it, just to keep checking to see if, I don't know, if someone broke in or whatever. I just wanted to make sure that it was being taken care of. So he's the only person who probably would have a reason to check up on me right now. that is if he knows who I still am.
Do we want to go on an adventure and find out?
Oh, not really, but I think we have to. Jeez.
This is a lot.
It is a lot. Alright, let's, and I'm gonna look down at myself to see if I'm fully changed. Let's finish this up and get going, because I think we have a lot on our hands.
Okay. I presume you do so. While you all are, or at least one of you, staring blankly into the open space.
As we leave the room, I'm just gonna punch the wall as hard as I can.
Hey now, hey.
And you feel pain as you punch the wall. Do you punch it really, really hard?
I mean, I'm not trying to, like, break through the wall, but, like, you know when you have, like, an argument when you're a kid and you, like, run to your room and you smack something and just...
Yeah, I guess. I don't think I ever had that, but I would usually just sulk in my bed under my pillow, but okay. Yeah. I was just looking, you probably like hit hard enough that you kind of scrape like the skin of your knuckles so it bleeds a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably that. And then you'll leave and make way. Where?
Irik's house?
Yeah, I think we should start there.
Okay. So you then make your way to Irik's house. You'll walk.
Oh.
It's a new day. People are walking around. And you're walking past people who seem oblivious to anything that you have experienced. And it just feels kind of weird. Walking by, probably a bit jealous to know that these people don't have to deal with the problems that you're dealing with. But despite of that, you just ignore all of that and just kind of make a beeline towards Irik's house, which is in the Stargate district. Not the old Riven I remembered. And after like an hour, since it does take a long time to get there, you arrive at the humble abode. Have the others been here before?
Uh-huh.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
They've all been here.
Yeah.
They came to pick
We
me
have?
up.
Yes. I think
Yeah.
that might have been a station where you weren't there.
Okay. Like, I remember
Uh,
hearing about it, but I don't remember ever going there.
Yeah, it was the time when you had left to do some things with your shadow people thingies.
Yes.
Oh.
When the others were talking with the... When you first met Erkstein, and I think Arya never met Erkstein. Except for when you then visit the college. Yeah, you get there, you kind of pass through a lot of people, and the first thing you all notice is that there is a for sale sign on your door.
Oh no. Irik doesn't exist.
Holy shit. Holy shit. What did I do?
Well,
We should get any of your belongings out of your house that you want.
yep.
I mean, aside from just the collection of, like, odds and ends and tools and stuff, I took what I needed. I didn't plan on coming back for a while, so I kind of just took the things that I would need.
Anything of sentimental value that you might want that's in your house?
Now the sentiment is in the things I make and the tools I have. You can go in and get more clothes or something, but that's... Oh, God.
Alright, so we're gonna have to figure a way later. Like, not today, but we're gonna have to figure a way to put you back into society, because obviously you exist. But apparently no one knows that, except us.
Which is still odd. How he doesn't exist anyone else but us.
Absolutely. It makes no sense.
Okay. Who did we make, like, official, you know, meetings with that would have known me? I mean, all the people that in the fancy dukes and everything. But my name is on a list in the underground because we bought tickets and we signed up to fight. That's one place my name is going to be listed, maybe.
How much are you willing to bet your name is not gonna be there because you asked to be removed from any official record?
He
And
just
that's
got out
an
of
official
fighting with
record.
us. He just got out of fighting with us in this arena. He didn't want to do it in the first place, and now he's not gonna have to. Just lost your money.
I just wanted to be out of the guild. I didn't want to be part of the guild anymore. Oh my god.
Sierra mentioned to me she had a weird dream. She didn't elaborate about it. I wonder if her dream had the type of consequences your weird fever thing, apparitions, mind trait did. I hope she gets back soon, because we got a couple questions for her now. The main one, yeah, the main question being, does she remember Eirik?
Oh my god. Oh boy.
There were so many people down there in the arena that now probably are all marked like we were.
Yep.
I don't know. Are the people in the arena the only ones that remember you? Is it related to this mark? What's the what's the cutting line of who remembers who you are and who doesn't?
Yeah, well, this is the thing, that if my name was still on the list down there, if the rest of them are under the same influence that we are, maybe someone down there is still gonna know who I am.
Question for you, Jack.
Yes.
So based on kind of how much of a bookworm Arya is, can I roll a history to see if I know anything like about what these marks could be?
Yeah, that's probably... Yeah, history... Yeah. Oh, also Arcana would have allowed.
That's fitting.
Yeah, you try to think maybe a little bit too deep, and then that migraine just kicks in immediately, and then you're unable to concentrate. So, yeah, it's hard.
You just see Arya, like, as she's trying to think, she just goes, ah, and, like, grips her head.
Are you okay?
I'm pushing it farther than I probably should.
Just take it easy. We'll figure this out in time. I think for now at least, Eirik, you have a place to stay with us on the high plains, and as long as you stay with us, I guess you'll have a way of passage.
Yeah, you are now, I mean, not to get all like dramatic about it, but you are now my life.
I go hug you. It's
God.
okay. Just accept it. And then I kind of like signal to Azrael to do the same thing.
I'll go from the back and bear hug him.
God. No.
You're stuck with us now.
You're the long lost brother. Our human
But-
brother.
Oh, in all seriousness, I promise you I'll do my damn best to at least make sure that once this is all over, you can have your normal life back. Like, that at least you have a place to stay and you're not, like, completely gone from existence.
I appreciate
We'll
that.
figure this out. We'll figure this out.
And
I don't know how, but we'll figure this out.
as she said the words normal life, I'm gonna look back at the for sale sign. Is there any like contact information or price or anything like what?
Yeah, you can go there and make an investigation check to see if there are further details.
Phone number, email, something, Instagram page.
I don't think that
LinkedIn account.
exists in D&D.
15. Yeah, you go there. It's like your typical bright red for sale sign, and as you go there, you do see there is a information thing. It says that it's the estate belongs to the Goldbow Real Estate Commission office, since they regulate almost 80% of the entire real estate side of here. But as you get closer, you do notice something that is a bit strange, and that is the for sale, the red paint. It's not red paint. It's blood.
Fucking.
And as you're a bit closer to your house, you do get a very strong stench of iron and what you guess to be blood from the inside.
Fuck. Do you smell that?
I'll approach and smell.
Yeah, I'll do the same thing.
Yeah, when he points it out, it is quite evident, and you all have become quite accustomed over the last few days of the smell of blood, so it's, yeah, recognizable.
Is there a window at like street level that I could kind of peek in and try to see inside?
I don't believe there is, right, Alex? There's just a big...
No, there wouldn't be on the door. No, yeah.
Yeah, just a big shutter
Okay.
that is there.
Can I go pick the lock on the door to try to go inside?
Yeah, sure,
Let's.
if you want to.
I'm gonna look as I see Arya approaching the door. I'm gonna start looking around to see if there's like people watching us actively.
Yeah, as you do that, you just hear a as a lock just immediately unlocks. As Arya, you just do a quick motion. It's an easy lock, easy break, and after like 2 seconds, it's off. And
As I was just pulling out my key.
yeah, even faster when you use your key. It's like, oh shit.
Sorry if that made you uncomfortable.
I mean, I think, picking a little lock right now is the least of my worries.
Do you want to go in first?
No.
All right.
All right. Hold on, and I'll just hold you by the shoulder, and just give me 1 second. I'm gonna put my hand on Arya's shoulder, and I'm also going to point at Eirik, and I'm gonna bless the three of us at first level. So whenever you make an attack roll, a saving throw, you can add a d4 to that roll.
Say thank you.
It's only up to a minute, but since we're entering in a dark place that smells of blood, I think it's important. There you go.
Oh,
Yes.
perfect. I was about to write it down.
It's right there.
You do see a few people who are walking past you kind of look as you cast a spell, but it's not too unusual, and they just like, oh, just pass by.
So I'll kind of look in the door to see if I see any blood or anything.
I believe, like Eirik, you described, it's like a garage door that you have to lift up, right? So
Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those roll-up ones, so it just goes straight up and coils at the top.
yeah, so you would have to coil up the door, which is, yeah, you can do that, and as you do it, you can make a perception check. Oh yes, you kind of, I presume, don't coil it up all the way. And I have to see 10. Yeah, it's a bit too dark, especially it's once again this kind of mid-state where it's not dark enough for your dark vision to fully kick in, but not bright enough to just see something. So everything is kind of shaded, and the contrast is too high. So you can't really make up any details. You probably will have to step inside to open the door completely to really, get a better look on the interior of this. But you don't see any. But you still definitely smell it, but you don't see any traces yet.
So you said it was kind of dark?
Yes.
All right. Light cantrip in the room just to make sure that we see full.
Okay. So do you step inside? Is basically my question.
I'm gonna be right behind Arya, and just cast it over her shoulder. But I'm gonna follow her closely. If she enters the room, I'm gonna enter with her. But if she stays in the door, I'm gonna stay in the door. I don't want to. I'm gonna let her go in front because she's my shield.
Yes.
And it's kind of my thing.
Okay. As you then step inside, you can, with the light, you can either make a investigation or perception check. Depending how you wish to look through this room, and all three of you can do it if you wish to. Goddamn.
My head's clearly still hurting. I'm not doing my best.
Yep. Very evident. Investigation check, yeah, you're checking around the stuff. It seems like, yeah, this was a lived-in space at some point, probably not too long ago. Dust has started to collect itself on most surfaces of the space, so was undisturbed for some time. You do see that on one of the workbenches, where there are several tools laid out there. The dust seems to be a little bit lighter. Probably someone has accessed this at some point. However, you do see, as you kind of see, that there's a flight of stairs that lead up to the second room. There is a small trail of blood that has trickled down the stairs. And despite the loud noise going on, I swear what you kind of hear is dripping. Almost like a drop that is kind of just dripping in a very rhythmic pattern that seems to be coming from the second floor. Hey.
Does it smell like rotting flesh, or like there's been a body there for a very long time, or is it just smelling like intensely like blood?
Was it 22? It definitely shouldn't or couldn't be a corpse being there for too long, otherwise there wouldn't be any blood dripping any longer. So it would have to be recently. You don't smell any rotting flesh either, which indicates that whatever's up there had to be fresh, for lack of better terms.
I'm gonna point to the stairs and tell Arya I have a feeling we'll find something upstairs.
Is it possible that we will find Irik's old boss?
Oh, maybe not his boss, but his colleague, his artificer colleague. I have a feeling
Irik, are
it might be
you
here.
prepared for
Yeah.
us to investigate farther?
I feel like in this instance, if we do find her, we need to let the guards take care of it and not get involved.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably gonna say no to every question from here on out. I'm not comfortable. I'm not wanting to do this. But we don't have a choice, right?
If there is a body here, we have to report it to the authorities, and we have to let the authorities handle it. We cannot get involved in this.
No.
We already have way too much on our shoulders, and we cannot make ourselves look even more suspicious than we already are.
Yeah.
I start making my way over the stairs and trying to make sure that I'm not like stepping on any like thing that could like be considered evidence.
Okay. Yeah, that's easy enough for you to do, especially as you can see the small blood trail that has managed to run down the stairs. Do you go up alone? Does anyone follow her?
Irik, are you still by the door, like not inside?
Oh no. I'm coming in. I'm like next to you.
Okay, good. Right. Let's go see what's going on, and I'll start following Arya and trying to take the same steps she did to avoid, like, walking on something that could leave traces or temper evidence.
Yes. And as you go in further, the sounds of the town get a bit quieter, and you walk up the stairs. A humble stairwell leading up, and you are greeted then with a wooden door, a very custom door to Irik. It is currently closed. But you
Is this door
Yeah.
locked?
I'm
I
just
kinda
gonna
look-
reach my key forward slowly.
Hold on. Did you lock it before leaving?
Oh gosh.
Let's see if it's locked, and if it's not locked, I'll open it from afar so we don't risk moving things
Right.
inside there.
I to be honest, I don't remember if I locked it, but even if Randy came, he could have easily have locked it or unlocked it or whatever in between. So
Arya, can you check if it's locked?
I'll go over and kind of look at it and see if I can tell if it's locked.
Yeah, you kind of just give the door a little nudge while pressing down the door handle, and it opens. Doesn't seem to be locked. Do you?
Alright. Take a step into the room, making sure I'm not stepping on any blood or anything.
Okay. You open up the door. You can immediately see where your feet are. The large pool of blood, which has caused some of it to trickle down the stairs. You have to kind of step to the side as you open the door. You kind of smear a bit on the floor itself and allowing more of it to fall further down the stairs. And as soon as you open it, the strong stench of iron becomes even stronger. Very clearly blood. And as you open the door, the first thing you see are a pair of legs. And then a torso as you look further up, and then a head, 2 arms hanging beside him, and then attached, kind of in a weird twisted way, a device that resembles a rake, but it's
Fuck right off.
the lower part of it has been jammed through his lower jaw so that he's hanging from the rake itself, and the blood is dripping all the way from his throat down to the floor and pooling there. And then on the other side of the room, which you will notice, sitting is Calyx.
God damn it.
Does he look the same way that he looked when I saw him, like, on the building?
Yep, he still has his blindfold on. He still has like these bracelets attached to his arms with chains hanging off of it. His hair is long, draped across his face. Still this weird tint to his body, very dark and grey, no saturation, and then the big, thick, blood red veins that cross the surface of his skinny build. And he's just sitting there with a very kind of crouched and crooked posture.
What do you want with us?
He doesn't respond.
You said he was across the room. Is he on like furniture or something or is he just like on the floor or something?
Yeah, he's sitting on Aric's bed.
Alright, with my thaumaturgy cantrip, I'm gonna like have a like when thing flip the covers and try to see if it like hits him or like moves him or if it just goes through, like just trying to assess, is it real or is it just an image?
Ooh. Yeah, you flip the covers and the covers do go up and they seem to just pass him. He's not affected by the covers, and the covers just seem to be like go through him.
So he's not real.
He's here, but not here.
I look at Eirik And I say I'm sorry about your friend.
This wasn't part of your deal, right?
No.
How you can
So
see.
he's taken some liberties on the interpretation.
Oh yes, the question was asked, we can see that Calix smirks ever so slightly when that gets mentioned.
Why is he smirking?
Well, we need to alert authorities.
I'm gonna throw one of my regular daggers at him.
And just goes past him.
Is there any reaction from him?
No, not from your dagger. Just completely goes through him like it's an illusion, like a minor illusion. But after a while, you do see him then stand up. His big, lanky, skinny figure. And like I said, he's very tall. He's maybe like over 6 feet. It feels like he's looking at you, at the same time it doesn't. And then his gaze focuses on you, Aria, and your eyes as well. And you then start to hear his voice as he says,
Next, all pay a small price.
What does that mean?
What?
he then looks to Eirik.
Says, are you satisfied?
No.
Good.
And he sits back down.
He just asked me if I was satisfied.
And that is where we're gonna take a break.
I feel like saying no was the wrong thing.
So, with that, we're gonna take a quick break so they can get a quick break from me. And I, as usual, can take my session piss, as I will call it now. So, see you in a minute.
On the flip side.
On the flip side. Yes, that's better than in a minute. And we are back. And we are going to jump now back to Fiera.
Ah,
And you can tell me, Fiera, I will say like 5 minutes have passed. And you can tell me if there's anything you would like to do in the hour that he said
Oh boy.
return.
So I'm gonna resign myself to this chair. Can I try to at least get the thing out of my mouth? Can I like try to like move it around, bite it?
Yeah, I guess.
I want to try that at least.
Okay, yeah. That's a.
You know, use my like shoulder to like nudge it down.
Yeah, that'd be a standard. Just a dex, just a clean dex. Try and do that.
Sure. All my deck stuff is +1, so.
Yeah.
11.
11. Fortunately not quite. Don't have much grip anywhere, and it's fairly tightly bound to your mouth, so there isn't much leeway. And trying to bite through this cloth seems to prove very difficult as well.
Okay. I assume I'm into some random room in his estate. Like you said, the color scheme's still kind of the same.
Inside here, no. Now it's like just normal gray brick around you.
Oh, okay.
So it does seem like still very well built.
Right. I'm probably still somewhere on premises. Yucks. And I don't have my locket on me. Can I look around for my stuff?
Yeah.
Is it in the room?
Definitely make a perception check.
Oh, Jesus. All these checks I got +1 with. 5.
Yikes. 5. Yeah. Like I said, it's dimly lit, so you can't see very
Yeah,
well.
I can't see. Do I have my glasses on?
No, since they tied your eyes.
Okay, yeah, I definitely can't see.
Yes.
I would have probably with disadvantage anyways.
Yeah, so you're kind of squinting around.
Okay. So instead, I'm gonna try to connect the dots in my head about the situation. Just to remember, this was session 1, I believe, for this other guy. Let's see if I got his name right. It was Saint Heinrich Hildegard. Was that the guy who teleported me, my mother, and Teliel here?
Yes.
Okay, so that was him. Great. And then the person in charge of that part of Canaan, like his boss was St. Thomas Aquinas.
Say his name again. What?
St. Thomas Aquinas.
Aquinas. No,
Aquinas.
no, Aquinas. Aquinas.
Oh, with a Q.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
a Q. No, he was so he's the Eximius council member of Fimbrodeus of your
Oh,
state.
he's the Fimbrodeus one. Do I know who that St. Heinrich's boss is?
Yeah, you knew he was from Lowendeus, so of Friedrich Septimus.
Okay, can you type that up too, please?
Okay. And you would know he's the Legion, the 12th Legion that visited you. That was his personal legion.
Right. Yeah, I was making sure like he's the boss of them essentially.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Lovely. And then Timoth mentioned that those who seem to know about the chrysalis are being targeted by higher ranks. That kind of gives me the idea that maybe the demon attack was coming from home, which is odd. Do we have like a standing fleet in the ocean? Like, do we have any say over, or like islands? Because Canaan's basically in the middle. So do we have presence outside for like any islands east of where we are now?
East.
Like southeast is like goes into the
Oh
ocean,
yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yes, the entire east side is a coast for Canaan. If we quickly go to the continental view, you can see that.
Lovely. Oh, yes, those are those islands. Do I know if Canaan... so we do have one island, it looks like, in our borders.
Yes.
Oh, Is that right? Okay. And do we have like a military garrison there, or like anything like that? Like, do we actually have soldiers there?
Oh, we can make a history check. I don't think.
I mean, I don't know if I would know.
Yeah, so-
that would be something I heard offhand.
Yeah, very specific.
13.
13. Not something that you are aware of. The only thing you do know is that there are two main. There is in close proximity a military station point, which is Mary's Keep. That is located near where what's it called? The capital of Loendeas, or the main city. Each section of Canaan is split into 7 separate parts, as you know. Loendeas, Familias being 2 of them, and each has a council seat for an eximious council member. And the one of Loendeas has also, next to the kind of capital city of that, also a military keep called Mary's Keep that is immediately next to it, which, you know, I can actually show on the map. You can see the little symbol of the fort there. That is the keep.
Okay.
And the bigger circle next to it, which I can show with my other arrow, man, am I crazy, is the capital. Here. Oh.
So that's where the capital is. That's where the keep is. Okay. So they're both right next to the water.
Yes, but most
Lovely.
capitals, you know, are next to the water because of trade and stuff like that.
That makes sense. Okay, lovely. Yeah, I don't think there's much more a wizard that is tied up can do at the moment that I can think of. I know Endel's behind me, so
So,
I can't. I don't know how to mumble to him.
you know what? I would also give him an attempt to try and chew through his mouthpiece. You never know. He definitely would try that as well. Straight dex check. He's a little better than. Dang!
Good for him.
So he does manage to kind of. He has a very proficient tongue, and with it, he. Well, you don't see what he does, but after a time, you can see. Oh, oh man, that shit tastes whack. Pure.
Hmm?
I got my mouthpiece off.
Mm-hmm. I can just shake my head up and down.
I didn't think further. My legs are, and my hands are still tied. Do you have any ideas? Do you want to stay? Do you really want to talk to that guy?
Mm-hmm.
Are you very sure you want to talk to that guy?
I don't know if I can sigh with a gag in my mouth. I will try.
Okay. So should we just sit and wait here?
I shrug.
He kinda starts looking around. Let's give him a perception check. Nope, he's also human, so
Yeah.
he doesn't see shit. Okay.
I don't know if you can hear. I try to mumble. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think he understands. Oh wait. Nope. He doesn't understand. It's like, okay, but I've read quite a few, many stories with Tila, and usually, when you're in this position, is not good. And I've read many of times that they usually are able to break the chair somehow. So if I wiggle enough, maybe I will be able to break this chair, and then I can free both of us. How does that sound? I would take that as a yes. Okay, this will be my finest moment. And then he just starts
Yep.
jacking around, moving the entire time, to try and break the chair. I guess this will be a straight strength check to try and just break it. He is not good at strength. He did have some training, but not enough to up him up. But
It's been like 2 days.
yeah, no. He wiggles around, and then after maybe like 30 seconds, he kind of keels over and then falls down onto his side. Ah! Okay. Yeah, nah, it didn't work. I give up. I was not made for this. And he just kind of
Yep.
lays silently here. Yes, I would say that cantrips you can always cast, just for your information, as long as all the you can't meet the components. So if it's something that needs semantic components, obviously you won't be able to use it.
That's verbal, so let's cross that off the list. That's verbal. No.
I think
That's verbal.
all of them are verbal.
And that is verbal. Yes, okay. I think it might be a bit tough. I will try to cast light if I can mumble the word.
Yeah, can definitely try that.
I'm like the thing holding my wrist, I guess, so I can kind of see in the room.
Yeah, let's make that a... What would that be? I think that would still just be a straight dex. Kind of feel the dexterity of your mouth.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because I'm a wizard in a chair that's tied up, so.
10. I would say, since it's just a light cantrip and you don't have to, like, say a sentence and stuff like that, like, yeah, you do manage to kind of just barely mumble out the words to invoke your light.
It probably takes like 10 tries.
Yeah, exactly. It just takes a long time to get it to succeed, but you do eventually, after maybe like, yeah, like you said, 10, 15 tries, you do manage to make it happen, and then it lights up.
I guess can I take another look around to see what kind of room this is?
Yeah, can definitely make another perception check.
Gosh. I don't have my glasses. I don't know why I'm looking around.
Yeah. Even with the bit of light that you have,
Like blinking.
doesn't come too
So
much.
blurry.
I will also give Ender an opportunity to look again, since you will definitely notice the light. You're just fucked. You're literally just fucked. Even with the light, it's in a sense even like kind of maybe like blinding, since it's like directly in front of you on your wrist, and you're like, you know, can't see that much. And it just seems to be like a plain stone room. You do see now that, you know, the door, there are actually two doors in front of you that are separated by a stone column. And the only real reason you can see it is because it is flanked by two torches and sconces there. But that's about it. What you can also make out is that left and right of you are like chairs that are leading up. Not chairs, stairs that lead up. But doesn't seem like super far, only like maybe 10 feet up, stuff like that. But as far as you can tell, the room seems to be empty.
Gotcha. Yeah, I will resign myself and wait.
Okay. You resign yourself to your fate and wait for Temath to return. And after what you presume to be an hour, you once again hear the door open up, and first entering is the big burly figure, who's kind of in the black robes, black patchy beard, scarred face, kind of walks inside, kind of sighs a bit as he kind of goes in and takes a glance. You presume probably because Endo fell down. Alright then. And he kind of walks towards him and then goes to Endo and like, and then just shoves him up. And after a few seconds, Timoth also walks inside. Well, quite the troublemaker we have here, don't we? Might have to deal with that, but maybe later. So, an hour of decision making. I hope you have your answer. Very well. Then I presume, well, you won't need that gag anymore. Velox, if you can, please take it off of her. And he kind of goes to you and then also kind of very strongly takes it off. And you are now ungagged. He kind of keeps the gag. So, what will it be?
Well, that, if I may, I'd love to congratulate you. My goal coming here was actually to throw you off your game, but it seems you went up me. So, congratulations.
Well, I appreciate the compliment.
And it seems we have a classic misunderstanding. I misunderstood you, and you misunderstood me. I was actually coming here to do that exact same thing. You see, I've only been here for a few days. It's taken me a while to come up to speed of how the city works, and the nobles, and the dukes, and criminal activity. So yes, I was snooping. But I did come here to make new friends, as the ones from home, as you've pointed out, are only so willing to open up. And after meeting you at the arena, it seems like you were the next purveyor on my list to work with.
Alright, well, sounds quite good, doesn't it, Velox? And Velox kind of looks at you. Make either a persuasion or deception check, depending on how you're presenting this. Like, are you actually planning on working with them, or are you saying that to get out, or are you like trying to persuade them?
Simple persuasion.
There it is. That is when it needed to count. Holy shit.
Boy.
Can see the big body guy. It's been referred to as Velwax, kind of just looks at Timas and then he just kind of nods.
She seems, alright.
And he kind of looks, oh! Well, then I truly must apologize for, well, how we had to get you here. I was, taking precautions. Thought you may have been a spy of the Holy Lichnius. Well, maybe not a spy, but someone who was planning to infiltrate, at least.
I'm starting to understand that. I should have been more clear.
I guess. Well, before I let you free, just want to have some prospects on what your actual goals are. As you said, we have a bit of understanding. You said you are looking for allies.
Yes, actually. No, I guess I came here for conversation. May I have water first? That gig kind of took a lot out of me.
Yes. Sure. Why not? A bit of
Oh,
water.
normal water.
As opposed to.
Well, that juice that I had earlier.
Yes, that was juice, not water. Alright, Velrax, get to some water if you would. Just kind of nods and then leaves the room. Well, can still talk.
Oh, well, I can't actually see you. You took my glasses. Sorry, I hate to be asking in this situation, but I actually can't quite see you. I actually do need them to see. I guess I don't need them to talk if you don't want me to.
Oh, your glasses. Oh, I thought they were only for.
You took the blindfold off, but that actually doesn't help much.
Yes. Yes, glasses. Well, we have to wait for Velrax to come back. He always put some stuff somewhere. So.
Sure. Well, okay. I can begin. I guess. Let me get my organization name again. Description, background. I have it in here somewhere. Lovely. So, yes, I'm from Fimerdeus, Canaan. I am Fiera. I don't know if you've met my mother.
No, not personally, at least. No.
Oh, no. I'll say it's probably a good thing. That she's probably due for retirement. But I actually have been working with the Faith Guide Institute for Holy Preservation for quite a while. It was actually quite fun, digging through runes and finding things, discovering the past. But the most annoying thing was that they locked everything away and didn't want to share. Even though a lot of what we found could be quite useful. Or they took away things that I was researching and haven't come to fruition with. Quite annoying. Quite annoying indeed. So I'm actually not surprised by the light crystals. That was one of my assumptions, that they weren't what they were saying. I've never been allowed to actually look at one, so that makes a lot of sense now. But the world needs help, and help that is shared among everyone. And the light crystals are a way. But not the light crystals, the elemental crystals. But not just those. Maybe I know of chrysalis that you don't know about. Shadow chrysalis. See, these are untapped by all countries. And there's just as many out there as there are elemental chrysalis. And they're quite potent.
Interesting theory. Unless you have evidence.
No, that was one of my reasons for coming to Azathia. I believe there's a ruin here that can point me their direction. And people here who know more than I do currently.
Interesting. Well, we have definitely broadened our horizons since we went independent from the official affairs of the state. Well, this is the first time I'm hearing about... how did you refer to them as?
The Shadow Chrysalis.
Shadow Chrysalises. And... in what way, or what capabilities do they have?
Well, pretty much the same as elemental chrysalis. They're just, how do I describe it? Do you know much of shadowmancy? Heretical from my home.
No. I'm more the talker. You know.
Yeah, I understand. Do you have like a on-hand arcanist that you use for arcane matters?
Well, I can always hire one. A lot of people I work with are deeply involved in
Right.
the arcane.
But you don't have a personal one.
No. Not personally.
Oh. Perfect. Short side of it is, shadowmancy is a different way of manipulating the weave, and these chrysalises pull from that weave through that branch. Elemental chrysalis use the magical weave in a different way. It's like a different engine.
Interesting.
And like I said, most people aren't using them as they're either heretical or they don't know where to find them.
I might have to mention that to the others. That seems useful. And who knows, maybe you will also have the opportunity to maybe pitch that idea.
Well, that's why I'm here in Azathia.
Well, then I guess my last question. At this point, you can see Fedorax reappears with a glass of water. Just kind of holds it in front of you so you can drink from it.
I mean, yeah, because I'm bad. I'll try. I've never been fed water like that, so.
I mean, it's not the most difficult thing to do. You just kind of put it to your lips and then just.
Okay. Yep.
So you can drink. Is this enough?
That's better. In my glasses, if you may, everything is really blurry.
And then he puts the glass down, walks to the back of your view, which is probably the front of Endel's. A bit of rummaging. Then he reappears, and then kind of puts your glasses back onto you.
Appreciate it.
Just kind of nods and then steps back to the side. And then Temas says, well, as I was saying, to achieve what we wish to achieve, to have complete freedom and the resources we wish to use, we will obviously have to get rid of an obstacle.
Right. That is the biggest question.
Yes. And, well, we have thought about it long and hard, and we have come to the conclusion the only way is to permanently eliminate this obstacle. Otherwise, we will not be able to have the freedom we wish.
So, understood. Obviously hoping not to have to make this decision soon. But, as need arises, I suppose. I guess one question for you. There are people from home who have been building a support of people who, oddly enough, agree with you. I was wondering if one of your contacts that you're working with is Saint Heinrich Hildegard.
Yes.
That explains so much. Okay. I'll be honest, he's kind of an ass, but I think me and him see the eye to eyes in some part.
I fully understand what you mean. Bit of confidence maybe made him the way he is, but he has been doing good inside jobs, and he's also the reason why we know that unfortunately a peaceful option will not be available.
Right. As you mentioned, it seems higher ups rather kill anyone that tries to go against them or learn too much.
Exactly.
Do you know if the demon attack on the castle was these higher ups doing?
No. I don't believe so. I think that was purely coincidence. One thing that at least I know of the Holy Legionnaires, they would never, though they hide a lot of stuff, I don't think their faith allows them to interact with, well, demonic activities. Otherwise, they would lose their faith and as such their power. So, one thing we can always predict is they will follow a certain path that is, in certain ways, enlightened in their old texts, and they will come sway them and use reasons to kill. However, I do not see how they can change these texts to suddenly use demon magic, since their entire purpose is to destroy demons.
Understood.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I guess last question. There are good people in Canaan. Well, I guess I'm kind of in an odd situation, but I guess openness is probably the easiest way for us to work together. Or understand each other. Now, I was planning to, long-term goal, create a new sense of leadership rather than just erase those who get in my way. Understand more can probably lead to this, but a show of power can also do it. Are you looking to just get rid of those who would stop you from using the chrysalis, or create a new leadership that maybe forcefully puts them under your hand?
Well, I think the one won't work without the other. Even if we create a new leadership, I don't think the Archbishop will resign and just accept the new leadership in place. From what we can tell, and with everything that has happened, they will try everything in their power to keep the things how they are. If we make moves and efforts to try and achieve our goals, and they realize we are becoming a threat, they will take any opportunity to try and eliminate us as they have in the past. I don't think it will change now.
Understood.
We have been thinking of a peaceful solution, and the only way that this entire endeavor can be resolved peacefully without any bloodshed is if the Holy Legionnaires openly admits that they are frauds, and that all the power they have been bragging about having and have been granted by the angels was all a lie to control the masses. And I don't think I need to explain to you that that is a reality that would exist.
Well, if I'm to be told, it can exist if you will it to happen, but it's highly unlikely. And currently the Archbishop has very little power in, well, what he says, and people taking it as truth.
Yes, not only that, the Holy Legionnaires hierarchy is a lot more complicated than most people actually know.
Oh, yes.
Yes. So, we are just going the old-fashioned way, and I hope that by doing it, the masses will hopefully agree soon enough that they are fighting in a meaningless war, and that they will hopefully turn against the faith that has been lying to them and join us. And the faster they can realize this, the less casualties will have to be suffered.
Right. Obviously, a certain amount of power is needed to even begin to face them. From some of the digging I've done, it seems like the atrium mages don't know or aren't connected to your group.
No, they aren't. We have been trying to make some connections, but they are quite loyal to their own ways. I don't believe they would be all too happy with what we're attempting to do, although they would be ecstatic about the results that we're going to achieve. So either way.
Oh, they do want the pact signed, obviously. But I don't think that would ever be signed. I don't know. Well, this is a difficult path for me. You can sort of have me at a crossroads here. One hand, I'd love to help. On the other, I can't swear way home yet. So we need to find a middle ground where I can help, using my skill sets and influence and contact, until a time where I have to make that choice. Publicly.
Well, unfortunately, I don't think you have much time. Like I said, the pact will most likely be signed in 2 days. An official announcement will be made tomorrow, where the public will be informed about the existence of the King Chrysalises. And the day after that, the 12th Crusader Legion will fall.
Is Renapila alive? From what I could tell, her health isn't in greatest state. If she is.
She... well... was a great ally. But it seems like she wasn't convinced on what we were trying to do, and unfortunately resisted. Couldn't let our plans go astray, and so, well, sometimes sacrifices have to be made. And you can see that the big burly guy, Velorax, kind of looks to the left corner.
I assume there is a body in a chair.
You look to the left corner, and in a kind of middle on the stairs that you haven't been able to see yet, just because it was so close to the shadows, you do see stains of dried blood.
Well, that is unfortunate.
Yes. And I hope I do not have to repeat what I have done to her.
The bodyguard, Velorax, says.
Well, what's next then?
For me or for you?
Well, Nisu, for me, your path is clearly laid out in front of you.
Yes. It is if you, I guess, have the courage to join our cause.
Do you have connections in Tellus?
A few.
Do you have killers over there?
Killers is a very broad term, I would say.
I just need to make sure that your organization isn't the one who killed my father.
I don't necessarily deal with any sort of, I don't know, I do not know in which way your father died or who your father is. So I cannot say. We are the Truth Seeker Fellowship, and we seek the truth. That is our purpose, and we wish to give this truth back to where it belongs, to the public. Everyone is allowed to know about the world they live in, and that is our purpose. Now, before you say anything further, I see this is quite difficult for you, and it seems like there's more behind the scenes in your mind going on. So how about I allow you to think about it further? I think...
One last question.
Very well.
If there is a connection to be made to the Atrium Mages, I want to be a part of it. At the forefront.
Well, if we can make that arrangement with the Atrium Mages, sure, we can try and make that happen. But I think that's more under their discretion and less under ours. If they even get involved.
Then I'll think on it.
Very well. And kind of just leaves the room. Verax kind of looks at you.
Don't try and escape.
I literally can't.
Then don't try.
I can't, even if I want to.
And then he leaves the room. And that is where we're gonna make our switch again. Make Fiera think for a bit. To
The inside of Irik's room was a hanging corpse of his good friend, Randy,
hanging from a wake of the ceiling, while Calyx is sitting on your bed.
Should we go in the room?
Well, I'm going to go retrieve my dagger regardless.
We should absolutely let the guards know that there's a dead body here.
Yeah, but maybe after I retrieve my dagger, because that could be considered evidence with my fingerprints on it.
Yes. Good point.
I know you're not used to me using actual daggers, but that one's kind of the only one I have. And since I can't use my psychic abilities right now,
Yeah, we don't want to break your brain more than it's already broken right now.
and then I kind of whisper, I'm scared to get near him.
Do you want me to go get it?
No, it's my job to protect you. I just wish we could find a way to distract it.
Maybe I can. I'll try something, and if it doesn't work, we'll try something else.
And Eirik, what did he mean by "are you satisfied?" and you said no?
I imagine he's probably talking about this in front of me. To which, no, I am not satisfied by this.
Does that mean more people are gonna die?
Or are you satisfied with the way that you disappeared off official records?
No. No. The answer is no.
Because now I'm scared what's coming next.
This is why I don't like the mind things. He was in my mind. I thought it was just mind. And now it's real.
That's the thing with magic. It'll get you. And as I say that, is Arya's dagger like on the ground, on the bed, or
Is
something like?
you can't see it because you threw it through him, so it's probably stuck behind the wall behind him. So you would have to go behind him to retrieve it.
I'll try something, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But it literally cost me nothing because it's a cantrip. So I'm gonna try to use thaumaturgy to like, with the dagger, like a flick of wind, like trying to flip it our way. But if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Like it's just something I'm like, oh, I'll try.
Okay. I would say make a straight wisdom roll to see if your magic is potent enough to.
Okay, like I said, it's literally just something I'm trying.
Yes, because you can't see the actual dagger. It's kind of you going off.
Yeah. Oops. Oh, come on. Click in the right thing.
5.
Nope.
Yeah. Thaumaturgy isn't like necessarily something where you can whip something that is heavy like a dagger. The wall does kind of, rumble a bit as you do that, but other than that, the dagger still seems to be...
Like I said, I was trying. It just cost nothing to try.
Thanks for trying, buddy.
You do see
Can
that...
I?
Yeah?
Oh, I was gonna say, can I use my my goggles of object reading to see if there's anything unique about the room or about Calyx himself? Because it says checks made to reveal information about a creature or object you can see.
Oh, yeah, you can definitely make... What would that be? Investigation, I guess? Right?
It says Arcana check. So.
Oh, or Arcana. Yeah, that would definitely work as well. 28. God dang. Kind of put your goggles on and then start inspecting the room. The entire room seems completely normal as far as you're concerned. And as you kind of zone in on Calyx, you get the feeling that he is there, but at the same time he's not. And you know how the mind works, that if you believe something is there, if that belief is strong enough, it can sometimes come true. And it's often considered an illness. You know, some people have like delusions and they believe those delusions are real and they can actually get damaged. And it's in a similar vein. You don't see like necessarily a magical presence like emanating from him. It's just a still image there. But there's just something about it that is kind of more... It has less something to do with him more than it has something to do with you. And as you kind of get that, kind of looking at him, he kind of reaches his arm behind and then takes the dagger. And then you hear, all of you hear. But his focus is a bit more on Isaro and Arya. Mother or father?
Excuse you?
No.
Absolutely not.
No.
Kind of lifts up the dagger. And he just lets it fall. And as it hits the ground, it disappears.
I just look at Azrael and I just have this panic look on my face. Please tell me I didn't just accidentally kill them.
I'm going to personally make sure that every limb is in multiple pieces on his body. He will not touch a hair on my family without facing consequences.
What about my family? It was my dagger.
Yours as well. Yours as well. He's already done damage enough. No. Someone.
What would you pay to save them?
Oh my god. This is scary. I just like to say because I don't know what to say because now I know how these decisions affect the game.
I'm trying to think of the way I'm going to be wording what I'm about to say.
Yeah, think hard about that.
Yup. Yup.
I would give up being a part of their family if it meant saving them.
You see a slight smile curl up on his face.
Why the smile?
I guess in the meantime, we would make a quick switch back to Fiera, just to give you some time to think.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm liking my situation more and more. I don't know. But so much less stressful. Holy cow.
And we're back inside of Fiera's little space. I presume you're just gonna wait out.
Yeah,
Even though Endel is gonna say he hasn't been weak-act. He's like,
yeah.
yo, what the fuck is going on, man?
Seems like my plans have to come to fruition a little sooner than I was expecting. Probably should have talked about this earlier, huh? Yeah, well, we'll have to talk after this, though. About your future and mine, since they are now tied together.
Yo, man, like I said, I've read many books, and always if they
Yep.
if they fail to escape with by breaking the chair, it usually results
Okay.
in
Yeah.
I'm gonna join a cult.
I don't believe it's a cult, but it is an organization that we can use to further my goals, and if they are off the beaten path, we can hopefully direct them to a better one. As you know, my whole thing is willing things to happen a certain way.
Yeah, if you're awake. I think the next time we get drugged, we won't be waking up. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I'm pretty sure I hired you as the bodyguard.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure we were just going to a meeting. I told you that guy was suspicious. I told you. So I did my job.
Well, a lesson to both of us then. Next time, just even if we're hungry, even if we're thirsty, nothing.
Oh man, but to be fair, the food was good, but
Oh, it was delicious until we passed out. Yes.
man.
Honestly, I might ask for some on the way out. Maybe they have like a to-go bag.
Ooh. We are. Isn't this like the thing we are like, you know, I don't know, trying to avoid, like stepping our foots inside of? Well, now that I think about it, I don't think we have any other option.
No,
Okay.
this was bound to happen. Just not the way I was planning.
So, are we gonna be like?
We have to join them.
So does that then mean because we joined them, are we then responsible for? Like, I only understood like a half, no, a quarter, no, an eighth, no, and 16th of what you said. And to me, it sounded like y'all want to start a war.
Not want to, but it might be necessary. Like I said, this is probably a well, I guess, is there a better time for a conversation like this? We're not going anywhere. Look, things at home aren't great. The world's in peril. And it seems the Lichnists are hoarding resources. I'm starting to think out of fear.
Hold on. Doesn't that mean they're like super prepared for this?
You would think, but no. Even their powers have limits.
Yeah.
And at this time, there is a fraction at home that also limits powers and actions. The politics there are even crazier than they are here. If you can even believe it.
No, I can't.
Exactly. Look, also, if we're a part of this, then we can know what's going to happen and it won't be a surprise, so we can prepare for it. And we can will what we need to succeed to happen. For our and for the benefits of everyone, because that is the ultimate goal.
Yeah, except for, you know, the people who choose that it may not be the best option.
He made some poor choices.
He?
He made some poor. She no. The body was it wasn't really like female.
Yes, female.
Yeah, I thought I said she.
Oh, I understood he. That's why I was confused.
Yeah, she made some poor choices, and then more poor choices, and that's why she ended up like that. We will learn our lessons.
Okay.
And next time I will warn our group where we are going.
I mean, we couldn't have known, right?
I had an idea.
You. My God.
Sorry. That's why I did that show earlier when we arrived.
Yeah. In what way did you think that that would have made things better?
Well, I didn't want to be in that room, the waiting room. I also it's a long story. Anyways, it wasn't great. It was kind of fun though.
Well, I just feel bad for the poor girl. You know?
I'll apologize on the way out. She was actually quite sweet.
Okay. Well, I will trust in you and I will blame you for anything bad that will happen.
That is what you can do, because I am in charge of you.
And I hope this will not affect my little sister.
No, of course not.
You can't say of course. Oh god. Oh god, maybe she has to move to a different country, but it seems like every country is fucked.
Yep.
Maybe just...
That's why we have to help everyone.
Oh.
Through great risk. And why you need to learn these skills I'm teaching you as soon as possible so you can better protect her.
Well, I actually probably prefer that she stays as far away from me as possible, just because I think now that I'm with you, we are in constant danger. And I do not want her to be surrounded in constant danger.
Fair.
Okay, well then I guess we'll just wait. With that we will switch over again to see if there was time enough for Israel to make a response.
Yes and no. As I'm about to talk, I'm gonna do a Hail Mary. I'm gonna dispel magic at 4th level.
On?
On the illusion. On Calyx.
Okay. I will say you need a target for dispel magic.
Okay.
There is no target in front of you currently.
There's no... Okay. Let me... gonna sound crazy, but can I dispel magic on my brain? Because I think the illusion's coming from my brain?
You can certainly try.
Yeah, like I said, Hail Mary, I'm trying all sorts of things tonight.
You can make, once again, this is a straight wisdom roll on your own brain. Because that is a very creative idea, and I wish to see what will happen.
Whoa!
That is
Not bad.
is a 22 with a natural 19.
Yeah.
You do dispel magic on your own brain, the
Yeah.
thing gets powered on, but he's still there.
Damn it.
However, after you do that, he stands up, kind of looks at you, and then just kind of says, and it just melts into blood. That just seeps through the floorboards and disappears.
Arya looks at you and grabs a hold of you and says, "He's going after our families!"
He's not gonna break my brain.
I wish I could say the same for me.
One of us has to stay sane.
Did I
I'm trying to hold up.
Did I accidentally inadvertently kill myself? Is he gonna like kill me in my sleep?
That's one thing I'm afraid of. One of the things I'm afraid of.
And then I just grab my head and start massaging it again.
Oh,
We need to get out of here. We need to let the authorities know about the body here, and we need to figure out this freaking blood magic thing. The sooner we can get rid of this illusion brain image thing, the better it's gonna be for us.
We need to get a hold of our parents and let them know that they could be in danger. Fear is the only one that can do that. Quickly, anyway.
Yeah,
I mean-
as soon as she's back.
you don't have to stay in the group if you're really that desperate, which I'm pretty sure you are. You can we not find someone back at the castle or the like?
Yeah, sure, but it's gonna take days to send a message out there via like regular channels, whereas Fiera can send a message. She's met my dad. She can let my dad know, and my dad can tell Aria's parents and my mom that
My brother.
their lives are. Yeah.
Yeah! Where are you? Well, my dagger's gone and it might be killing my parents. So I need to go, and I just like run out of the building.
Okay. You run out of the building. What are the other two doing?
I'm gonna look at Eirik. We can't let her walk around alone. It's too dangerous.
Well, yeah.
And- We need to leave. We can't stay with. Unfortunately, we can't stay with this body here too long, or someone's gonna walk in and find us with a dead body.
Yeah. Part of me really wants to stay and look around, but I know that's probably the worst thing.
Unfortunately, yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to do any sort of investigation here because we're probably just gonna disturb the scene and it's gonna make us look even more suspicious.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, go downstairs.
Yep, I'm gonna follow behind and trying to catch up with Arya.
Okay.
Who's on the ground, just like breathing heavy.
Yeah. You find her there. There are a few passerbyers on the outside, kind of just looking weirdly at your troop. It's like, what the fuck's going on there? Why is this woman lying on the ground? But
I'll take that opportunity to like start shouting. Are there guards around here? We need some help. Hello?
see a few people like look over to you, and then they just like way further down the road. And after like a minute, you do see a troop of 3 guards kind of approach, and they say, "Ah, yes, sir. What seems to be the emergency here?"
My friend is trying to sell his house, and we came to get some of his belongings, and please go upstairs. There's a situation that needs taken care of.
Oh, all right. And they kind of wander up inside. The first one goes up. The other 2 kind of stay inside of the like main foyer or the workspace on the first floor. And after a few seconds, somebody calls an inquisition. Seems like there's a murder has been here. And then kind of runs down, kind of looks to you all and says, "It's good that you have notified us. Have you got any information, witnesses who may have done this?"
Unfortunately, no. I think we arrived too late. It was already like that. Hopefully, we didn't disturb anything. I'm so sorry. We were just trying to help our friend gather some stuff, and when we went up to the bedroom, it was like that.
Right, do you know of the victim? Name, address, associates, anything?
I'm gonna turn to Eirik.
Yeah, his name is Randy. He's a farmer. I used to help him with his equipment. Here's his address. Just write it down for him.
Takes it. Right, can somebody maybe inform any of do you know if he has family?
He lived with his wife. That's all I knew.
Right. Kind of looks to one of the other guards. Send us his address, inform her, and we'll take care of things here. Alright. Well, it must have been quite traumatic. I would advise you to maybe go to the barracks. We have spiritual healers that can, if you need to talk to anyone, you can talk with them. Otherwise, we will be taking care of the scene. Alright?
If you're
Thank you very much. Oh,
if you're calling the Inquisition, I need to stay.
Please, you do not have to stay any longer in the crime scene. This is official duty of the town's guard. So,
And I need to speak with the Inquisition.
Alright, if that makes you feel more comfortable.
He just kind of steps like aside as the one with the letter kind of just rushes off.
I'm gonna turn around and put my back to the guards and kind of look at my friends and be like, phew.
My people will know we didn't do this.
That's not what I'm scared of.
It's the only thing I can focus on right now.
If they can circle it back to Crazy Dude, that's gonna be better for us.
They might be able to help us with this mark on our arms.
Okay, so are you gonna all just wait there till the Inquisition member arrives?
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah. I'm not leaving without Arya, so I'm gonna stay at least until she's done.
Okay. Then after maybe that's take quite a while actually, maybe like half an hour or so, until a figure appears. Has like somewhat similar clothing as Arya, and that's why you kind of recognize them. Very similar stature as well. Has very white blonde hair, similar to her as well. Just she seems to be in a more formal uniform garb that is a bit more pronounced and open, so people can see that she is part of the Inquisition, versus Arya, you're a bit more low-key. As she arrives to the scene and starts talking to the guard.
Right, so what has happened here? Well, you have 3 witnesses who seem to be collecting things from their friend and have stumbled upon a corpse that has been either brutally murdered and displayed up in the bedroom.
Right, understood. And she kind of walks towards you. So, you have been the one who have found the body?
We all did.
I will...
Yes.
She looks at you, Arya, and then... Oh, so why was I called if you're already here at the scene?
Because they insisted on calling the Inquisition without realizing that I was a part of it.
Well, you are dressed in a more undercover garb. I think no more guards won't be able to tell you are part of them unless you show your credentials.
And it was important that I speak with somebody immediately from our from our group.
Well, guess I can maybe step inside for a bit and I can look at what has happened a bit more closely. If that's okay of you. You all seem to be a bit distraught.
I'll go in like the first room, but I'm not going any farther.
Right. And then she kind of steps inside. Okay, then tell me what has happened.
So for this immediate thing, there is a body upstairs that was killed. And I look at Izarel. Can you fill her in about things from the fight that I cannot?
I'll do my best, yeah. No problem. So, yesterday was the arena fight happening. in the underground, and we went as spectators to kind of see what it was and what was happening. And I'm guessing you know the name Calyx the Everdam.
Yes, I have heard that he was making an appearance inside of the arena.
Yes, he was the main attraction of the day.
As I
And he played a little bit of a mind game with the crowd. And some weird things have been happening since the fight for presumably everyone who was there. Our friend outside had his brain poked and prodded, and in a weird kind of dreamy fever state wished that his existence basically be removed from official records, and now it seems that everything associated to him is either disappeared, like his name, or dead, like his friend upstairs.
make a
When
persuasion check.
oh,
Persuasion? Okay.
did you roll a 1?
Yeah.
Yup.
Kind of looks at you like with this weird. That sounds a bit too over the top.
I promise you,
Yes.
it is not over the top. At the arena fight, I had gone unconscious, and when I woke up, I had this on my arm.
I'll also pull down my thing.
Because of my psionic abilities, I was out longer than my companions. When we arrived to the scene to collect some of Irik's belongings, we found the body upstairs, and next to it was a not solid Calyx. He was like an illusion, but he was able to talk to us. He threatened our families and asked what we would give up for our families.
Right. And you're sure you aren't under the influence of any substance?
I'm positive.
Since no, but magic, can't be sure.
This,
That's what we're trying to figure it out.
the feats you are talking about are beyond any scale I have ever heard of. You said, just so I got this clearly, and she kind of takes a notepad out. Your friend here, Eirik, was wiped out of existence, you said?
Yep. People that knew him 2 days ago did not recognize him when he walked down the hallway up in the high plains. His house is now for sale. His friend is dead. Well, his associate is dead. It's like he doesn't exist.
Interesting. Now, I have worked for some time in Inquisition, but I do not know of any magic that specifically wipes out names of people. It seems to be very specific, and then also projecting himself so you can see him and hear him. while at the same time threatening your families. That is what you said, right?
Yes. Yes. From what we've been told by a cleric at the Lich Culture, is that it most likely is related to blood magic. But we're not sure. We're actually trying to find more information about that, which is why we sound confused and crazy at the same time.
And why I'm also was adamant about waiting for another member to arrive so I could talk to somebody about this, and hopefully maybe we can find a way to remove these marks from our arms, because they could be connected to why we're seeing these things and why we're being asked about what we would do to protect those that we would love.
Right. Well, blood magic, you say. Interesting. Well, my first suggestion is definitely consult a mage of some sort. I don't think a clerical figure will do you much good. I most definitely am no expert in the field of blood magic. However, I do know that there was a prominent period where a lot of blood mages were experimenting with it. However, that was a long time ago. So if it's related to this sort of arcana, the best you can go is either, like I said, consult mage. You may have some information about it. Maybe look in the local Inquisition archives and the library here. Maybe they have something about it. So I'm pretty sure that most documentations are, well, not really fully available, since, well, the reputation of blood magic and with the holy liches and all that sort of stuff. But also, from my professional opinion, maybe also consult that it might be some other effect. Maybe your memories have just been modified. That is also a very common cause to manipulate people. Maybe Eirik, your friend, never was part of all of this, and you just recently have gotten a memory implanted that suggested that he was. So the other way around, that is also a possibility.
No. I've been a part of it.
Yes.
With my training, do you really think that I wouldn't know what was right from wrong?
Well, you said you specifically were passed out for a long time, right?
From the fight till... So the fight was yesterday, so today, so I was passed out longer than my companions, but that doesn't mean I was out longer than a couple days. It was just like a night.
Well, the problem with memory replacement is you won't be able to tell the difference. It's a memory like any other, like the way you strongly believe that your name is Eirik could be replaced. So that is not entirely out of the question. I'm not saying that is the case. I'm just saying you shouldn't abandon that this may be an option. I know this is very hard to hear, but I, from my point of view, feel like that is more likely the case than having your name wiped out of existence from every ledger. That just seems to be something that is very specific and random, and I've never heard of this sort of thing happening before.
Oh, I've been me my whole life. This wasn't just... Shut up. This wasn't just a recent thing. I've known who I am my entire life.
Yes, I would hope so.
That's what I don't. That's. See, I understand what you're saying. That, like, with the memory thing, but why would Arya and myself remember Eirik and remember I've been here before, I've seen this place before? Why would I remember Eirik, but the guards that have seen him for the past 5 days had absolutely no records of him even being on the High Plains ever?
That is what I'm
It's like
suggesting.
it's like that is an oddly specific weird memory thing then, if that's what it is.
No, it would stand to reason that since only you can remember Eirik, that means Eirik never was on the High Plains. You only believed him to be there. You have been given the memory of thinking that Eirik was in the High Plains. But the fact that the guards do not remember him kind of confirms the fact that he never was there in the first place. If you understand what I mean.
But his belongings are in his room.
Well, that I did not know. And then she can start saying that down. Like I said, this is a possibility that I cannot take out of the equation. It is as either option is completely ludicrous, if I'm being quite honest.
Absolutely.
Well, by the way, what are your names? Just so I can...
I am Selia from Corvalli.
Right.
I'm Arya Einscheit.
Okay. I would probably advise that you get into contact maybe with some higher Inquisition members. This seems to be... If it is true what you are saying, I think this is beyond the capabilities of what we are accustomed to. This seems to be not only potent magic, this seems to be some sort of... Well, and you say it is connected to Caelix, since it started with him and
Yeah.
your decisions with him. Okay.
Somehow he was able to do that. We know from the stories and from what's been told of him, probably some has been amplified, but as we've been told by people, this guy is a little bit nutso in the brain, and he's very powerful as well. But I mean, there's been weird things happening since that fight, since the very moment he left his prison box. Things have been going wrong left and right.
I've told them that they shouldn't let him inside and see what happens. Well, my society never listens.
Do you have a way to get in touch with some of the higher ups quickly?
I can probably gain just inform the Ministers of Defense, and then she can reach out.
I heard
A new Minister of Defense has been chosen?
Not yet, that will be announced tomorrow, but until tomorrow, it is still enough for.
Yes, please get her here. She knows. If she doesn't know Eirik, then I'm very concerned.
what our other friend has spoken to her this morning.
Right. Then, wow, that will be a bit difficult to document this. Well, you said it was the entire arena, right? So multiple people got influenced, am I correct?
Yes.
Well,
Thousands of people.
thousands of people, right. Well, if I get an influx of weird things happening, then I can, well, at least confirm that what you're saying has definitely more credibility.
Yeah, if they describe seeing a man in shackles and chains with very long hair, that would be Calyx that they think they saw.
Great.
Yeah, grayish image.
And smelling blood.
Right. Yes, I think this will be quite helpful. Right.
I'm just gonna pull out my notebook, and just on the front cover, I'm gonna use my magical tinkering to create a visual representation of Calyx,
Oh, nice.
just so he can see what we're talking about and get a visual of what anyone else might tell him.
Okay. You wouldn't mind me having that?
No. This is my book. I'm just showing you what it looks like. What?
Can you draw it on the page for her?
Yes, I think.
Can you recreate that for her?
Yes, that's I think will suit me much better than trying to just remember it.
Okay. Yeah. Go to the back and rip out a piece and do the same thing.
Yep. Okay. Well, I will contact the Ministers of Defense. She will come into contact with you. I think probably stay away from here. If this is also the space is also under his or its influence, I would probably suggest to stay away from it. And I guess my main suggestion, just from the things you told me, is to maybe interact with as little people as possible. Since I do not know the nature of what you are inflicted with and the dangers that it might be able to spread, or if it has such an effect, we have to try to minimize. So, yes, just for your own safekeeping. Alright, then I will continue my work here. Kind of puts a notebook back inside, and then goes to the guards and says, "Right, we need a cleanup team, and then a few people who need samples," and then she just kind of discusses things with the guards there, and then kind of leaves you to your own devices.
I thought she was calling the Ministry of Defense.
Yeah. In the way you do it, which is chain of information. You each have your own way of doing it. You don't necessarily know how she's gonna do it.
Okay, but she is doing that.
You would presume and hope so.
As I'm holding my notebook, can I just flip through it and see, is there anything in it from, is all my notes still there from things that I've drawn or created or whatever that I've worked on?
Yeah.
Even stuff from back in Yeshimon?
Yep. Everything's still there.
Okay, so the stuff that I've worked on is still in the book. So
you are real and you exist.
yes.
don't know what to do anymore. Part of me wants to curl up in my bed and wait it out. Part of me wants to run home and make sure my parents are okay.
Yeah, that would make sense.
And I would say, and then I would say that tiny little minuscule part of me just wants to throw herself off the cliff in the high plains in hopes that stops everything.
No.
Like I said, it's tiny, but it's there.
We're not doing that.
How about this?
Obviously not. It's not the right solution. Never said it was a good solution.
Okay. There's two things that are important right now. One, I just got told to check the Inquisition library. There might be something there. Second of all, we need to find somebody at the castle that might be able to send a magical message to our parents.
Yeah, Fiera can.
But we don't
we
know
just
if
need her
Fiera's
to
coming
come
back.
home.
We need to find someone at the castle who can find Fiera.
Yes. Like send Fiera a message or something. Or send her
Let's
parents a
just
message.
hope that her meeting is almost over, and then when we come back, she'll be there waiting for us.
If she's not, either way, I don't want to delay trying to find my parent or let the parents know.
No, obviously not. If by the time we get back to the High Plains she's not there, obviously, like, my first thought would be to find someone who can send messages.
Alright, so let's head back up to the castle. Unless, wait, is the library at the castle? At the High Plains? Or is it down here?
We would presume it's in the normal library. They probably just have a separate section for Inquisition members. Would make sense to make two separate libraries.
Yeah.
Oh, where would the
And we came
library
down
be?
here because of that.
We were gonna go to the library, so that just makes
I
perfect
know.
sense.
I know, I'm
Yeah.
asking where the library is.
Yeah, so Eirik, you would definitely know. It's in the Wissensbezirk, there where the college was. Where all of the information-based and educational-based stuff is. And you make your way there. And that's where we're gonna make our switch once again back to Fiera.
Ah,
So you make your way to the library. And gonna change that sound since there are no cows going around there. So
He doesn't have his own cows and chickens and alpacas and hens.
maybe behind the door, who knows? You kind of sit there for probably another half an hour until the door once again opens. Once again, stepping inside, Mr. Velrax, and shortly after, Timath. So,
You might oil that. It's a little creaky.
yes, but it has a nice effect. You know, it always makes it seem a bit more ominous when I enter inside.
No, I guess that's true. Right. Like I mentioned, we seem to have similar goals. And I would like to assist your group how I can. I understand that we might not see eye to eye on everything, but it seems we all want the same outcome. We want to share what's out there, find the truth, and spread it amongst people, and use it to help everyone. And that is my ultimate goal. I plan to do it a more arcane route than just the elemental chrysalis, as I do think they can help, but I think there's more out there.
Yes,
So I will help in effect as I can.
that is the best outcome I could have hoped from this conversation. So, I'm quite pleased to hear. It's always rare to find people who swim against the grain and are willing to take the rocky roads instead of just complying with, well, the comfortable existence that they have been living ever since.
Well, it's either that or I slowly watch the world crumble and things get worse.
Exactly.
And I'd rather protect the future we have and one day build a utopia.
Yes, a utopia. Well, I don't think I will have to eat you here any longer. I guess if maybe we'll have a next meeting with my members, I might invite you. Well, put a good word in for you, and I am curious to see what the other members have to say. I think they will be well, interested.
Good. And to be frank, I do plan to speak my mind. So I apologize in advance. But I think the truth will help everyone, even if people don't want to hear it.
Yes, that is why we are called the Truth Seeker Fellowship. We share that sentiment, and don't you worry, we have our own turmoils inside our little group. So I think you will fit in quite well, actually.
Lovely. Any fellow Arcanists I should be wary of? So I am trying to make friends, but I want to make sure I'm not making enemies by mistake.
I think they will make themselves known to you in the time when it comes. Yes, I do not want to take anything away from them. I think they would prefer to introduce themselves in their own way, as instead of me.
That's what I would like to do as well. So.
All right then. I guess Verax, you can untie her and your compatriot, a rough and young one, I see.
Yes, this is Endel. He has a bright future. I want to make sure it's seen.
Neon fighter Tilburn, actually. Ooh, very eccentric name, right? And kind of Verax kind of unties you, and unties Endel, and you can definitely feel your wrists are very sore, and your shins as well. And Verax kind of just hands over your belongings.
Thank you. I assume everything's here.
Yes.
Oh, I guess it's your choice, but in some books I've read, as we've all mentioned, bolting down the chairs makes it a little bit easier.
Well, we like to give them the illusion that they can escape, and once they get out of the first door, well, that I can see whether or not they have the urge to try and escape, which makes it easy to judge whether or not we should, well, kill them.
Oh, okay, so you have a bit more experience then.
Yes, definitely not the first. Hopefully the last. Am I right, Verax? He's always like that, don't worry about him. Well, just follow me. And then he kinda begins to go back to the door, opens that once again, and he walks down a hallway that is not super long, maybe like 25 or 30 feet long, which then leads to a mirror exit. Mirror exit in terms of it mirrors the entrance you just walked through, not the actual mirror. That's also
I'm afraid of even. Yep.
two doors in between them, separated by a stone stance. Goes there, opens the door, and walks outside there. That kind of leads into a larger space As you kind of walk out into the larger space, there are a bit more torchlight inside of here, so you can actually see where you're going. There's a guard immediately next to that door, which just kind of greets Timas, gives you a look over, and then gives a nod to Verax. The room itself kind of is like a bit elevated, and then on the right side and left side there seem to be two stairs that lead down. There's a few contraptions and a pool of water that is kind of right next to the side of the room. But in front of you, you can see two large levers that are there. You can see Verax go towards them, kind of pulls them with both of his arms. And as he does so, you can see the brick wall close down, and he says, well, you can just step right through there. I have still some business to do here, and you can just leave the estate. Just say, pink pineapple, if anyone tries to stop you.
Interesting. Choose a phrase. Well, I can do that. I guess I am curious. Could I see your right arm?
A right arm? Oh, yeah. Shows your right arm.
Is there a mark?
There is a mark.
Were you planning to keep that?
Oh, it's just woof woof. Good old Calix doing his stuff.
You don't know. That's all you think it is.
Oh no, I know what it is, and I know that I can't do anything about it.
Well, it's a good thing you made a friend today, as I pull down my sleeve and show him.
Kind of looks at it. Well, good thing you mentioned it. Don't think it's gone.
What do you mean? I removed the mark.
I wish that was all it took to get rid of whatever influence he has. It goes a bit deeper than that. Wouldn't have brought him here otherwise, if simple magic could just get rid of his mark.
So it was a deeper plan. Well, we'll have to talk about that at a later date then.
Yes, we in fact have our own blood mage in our ranks. Maybe you will be able to meet him. He kind of explained us, well, in the point of order, it's only dangerous if you interact with it. Otherwise, any effects that happen, just ignore it. If you get visions or start to hear things, just ignore them. Anytime you hear or answer anything, you will fulfill whatever is being brought upon you.
That's what I figured. That's why I tried to remove it. Well, okay. Ignoring it's easy enough.
Yes. Yeah, we have been trying to figure out how to get rid of it ourselves, but unfortunately it requires some drastic measures to be able to do so. But as long as you know how it works, it won't do you any harm.
Well, very well. Well, if you need me, I will be around.
Yes, as will I. Though I will be probably quite busy in the next few days, so I probably won't be able to answer very much. So, yes. Just kind of gestures to the open space that has been created.
Yeah, I'll walk out.
And, well, it's like a tight room, and you kind of have to squeeze in with Endel. And then, Verax pulls the two levers, and the stone wall closes again. And then you can feel yourself get elevated. After which you see an opening as you kind of step out, and you can see that in front of you there's a bit of water, and you realize that you are in the middle of a fountain. As you kind of step out, And as you look around, you can see the large estate building, but this time you're surrounded by it, and you seem like you're probably in the middle courtyard, and that his estate is built in like a square that surrounds this garden, and you can see beautiful gardens, a cross walk path that leads to this very fountain, and as you kind of go up, you can see a large stone wing that is kind of up, and you can see that you're currently stepping out of a statue of an eagle. As you step out of it and enter two, and you look back, you can see the stone wings fold back close and then hiding the entrance that was there. And now you just see a stone statue of an eagle that is standing proudly on a branch inside of this fountain, which you have just stepped out of. And you are surrounded by the big estate buildings, white and yellow colors. You can see through some of the windows attendants walking from one way to the other, and you can recognize by the one building that has a large dome on it that's probably where you have to head out.
Yeah, I'll do so.
Okay, and you walk there. You do encounter like a couple of guards who kind of come to you, but then you just say the phrase.
Are you gonna make me say the phrase? I say to them.
It's like,
What are you talking about?
Oh, I knew it. Have a good day, and then I'll head out.
they will try and arrest you. They'll kind of grab your arm and say,
See, I seriously have to say it out loud.
Do not know what you're talking about.
and then shackles you.
Like, look up. Pink pineapple.
Now, why didn't you just say it? And kind of takes your shackles off. Go around.
Like, you seriously need to make something less embarrassing to say.
I didn't make it up.
And,
It was his idea.
and then he just walks away. And you can
Try to head out again.
go through, you see a few attendants who just kind of greet you. You do see Normie at some point. Who's
I will walk up to her.
kind of, she looks at you and then she immediately like kind of has like a reaction. Said,
I take her hand. I'm so sorry. I was playing a prank. I was just trying to get a reaction out of the master of the house. So I apologize.
Okay. And
Really, you were wonderful. Your help was wonderful. And the food and drinks were good.
I am pleased to hear that you enjoyed your stay.
Yes.
Have a nice day.
Oh, you too.
Kind of gives like a slight bow. And
Bow back.
And as he's kind of passing also says like, yeah, sorry. And then walks out as you are returned to your freedom. Which is also where we're gonna end today's session. Definitely not how I expected this to turn out, but very interesting.
Holy shit. Wow.
I may be
Yeah.
without a family, guys.
Ooh, yeah,
Just-
two very different things going on today.
Yeah.
Hopefully our viewers enjoy it.
Ooh,
The
boy.
utter stress that you are being put under.
Man.
Holy shit.
This is not good for Eirik.
Eric doesn't exist. Oh wait, he does exist.
Maybe he doesn't.
I may
just-
no longer have a family.
Whoever Eirik is, he doesn't have a lot of stress points left.
They're being ticked off.
Oh man.
Oh my
yeah.
gosh.
Or everyone.
Now I want to be paranoid and check underneath the bed every time I go to sleep in case I suddenly tried to become assassinated.
Yeah. Now you can feel like the others.
Jeez. All you have to do is not interact with them, and that is exactly what you all did.
Well, at least what one of you did.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, you weren't there to help guide us, okay?
I was getting information. I learned a bunch today.
Okay, now
Fiera's-
come back.
I'm checking that as a win for Fiera.
Yeah, an unexpected success, definitely. Which,
What do you expect
Oh, yeah,
happens to your group when you're not around? We make stupid
You guys
decisions.
get in so much trouble. I thought I got into trouble, but nope.
Yeah, this started out like, oh, Fiera's got drugged.
Yeah,
and then
that's my plan the entire time.
I can't believe I should have listened to my instinct, and I didn't.
Eirik has no instinct, so.
No, but I was like, like the reason why I debated saying anything for so long was like, do I just ignore it? Do I just ignore it and pretend he's not there? Like, I was this close, and then I thought maybe I can dispel the image in order to be able to ignore it. But I interacted with it, so yeah.
And then
It
poor
was
Arya.
literally, it was literally my first instinct was just pretend he doesn't exist.
He used my dagger to threaten Arya's family.
Ooh.
So that sent her into a panic mode, which caused her to interact with it.
Yeah, he's good at what he does. It looks like.
Oh yeah.
Because without threatening my family, I don't think Arya would have responded.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially with your dagger.
Yeah.
That was good. That was pretty good on his part.
Yeah.
That's gonna be interesting.
It's insane.
So going, Jack. You found a way to get Arya to interact.
And Eirik.
Yeah. Yeah. But at least now one of you knows. And then hopefully that will mean that the rest of the group will also know.
Yep.
Yeah, I probably will meet up with you guys next.
Let's hope Fiera gets the news in time for us to stop interacting with it.
And hopefully save our families.
Yeah, and
We'll see.
almost didn't happen. Like, if you wouldn't have asked about the arm thing, you would have just...
Oh, see, I was hoping I could like dispel it for him as a favor, but I wasn't, like you said, since I've already seen Calyx after I dispelled, I kind of knew there was probably more to it.
Yeah.
But which there obviously was, and he knew.
Yes.
Yeah.
Calyx.
Yeah.
This is fucked, dude.
Yeah. This next few
Yeah.
days, I don't know what's gonna happen. Some insane stuff.
Yeah. Pretty dang excited, not gonna lie. How this is gonna turn out.
Oh yeah.
Last campaign, it was a pistachio-shaped demon.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
That was so big and scary. Oh.
Yeah, you smoked that pistachio, like just straight up roasted it.
Yeah, I think we did pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah. But this time
Burned it to the ground.
it's I'm attacking you in here and see how good your defenses are in your minds.
Oh yeah.
Not
the
good.
mind game. The mind games are insane.
The funny
Yeah.
thing is, now I'm like, should I have taken Jack up on that idea to miss tonight to rest my brain?
Is the headache gone?
No, it's worse.
Oh, damn it.
Maybe just
There you
gotten
go.
worse, I feel like.
But
Oh,
it
no.
goes along with what Arya was dealing with, so
Yeah.
it makes sense.
Yeah, you're just
It-
empathizing with your character.
It's
Yeah,
immersive theater.
definitely
See, I'm
immersive.
happy.
Yeah.
If you're as happy, I'm happy.
Yeah, man. Yes, man. A lot of things could have happened. A lot of things could have been discovered. But we will see how the future of the Fate Weavers will turn out. You all
I
survived
don't
at
feel
least.
very Fate Weavery.
Yeah, we did survive another session.
Yes, kind of.
We
That was
survived. We are one session closer to the next level. That's what we need to focus on.
Exactly. One step at a time. That is how you move forward. Well, we will continue this next week, hopefully. And I think we will say adieu for now. So everyone wave. Bye.